Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Bricked Up Podcast, building your algorithm brick by brick in the good old year of 2026. Yay! We made it to the
Yay!
new year. I am joined today by my co host, Philip Wagner, aka the American Mutant. Say hello, Philip.
Hello, everybody. It's good to see you in the new year. New me, new Liam, new podcast episode, new a lot of things. I'm so excited to get into today's topic.
Yes, a lot of new things. I got a new mic. It might be picking up more noise than I wanted to, but hey, I sound better than the last couple of episodes, so that's the plus side.
And folks, I don't have a squeaky chair, so your
Yeah.
ears will not be assaulted by.
Yeah, for the very few who watched the Alien episode, yeah, the great Alien episode, yeah. There was just a lot of bullshit going on in that one. And maybe I'm not supposed to talk about my own podcast like this, but I fucking hate that episode. So, if you're wondering when we're gonna do a part 2 and part 3, that's not on our schedule for this year. So if you want more Alien, too bad. But we
Too
have
bad, too sad.
but we have other aliens today because we're doing a special topic and a rare thing that will happen on the podcast where one of us will talk about a subject that the other knows jack shit about. And today
Exactly.
I will be helming the topic of discussion, which is, of course, Mass Effect, a game series that I fell in love with many years ago. But my good friend Philip here hasn't played a single game, knows absolutely nothing, and I'm gonna educate him today. I'm gonna educate him on a
I
lot of things.
I can't wait to learn. I got my schoolboy hat on. I've got my number two pencil, uh, a cool notebook paper, and those little cool silly erasers on top of that number two pencil. So I'm so excited to learn, Headmaster Liam.
And I'm excited to teach. But forewarning for anybody who's coming here to also learn about Mass Effect, this will not be the episode where we do a deep dive into some of the littlest and grittiest of details. So if you're coming here for like a 2.5 hour lore session, how wrong and misguided you are. Because to be fair, I know some bits about the lore, some interesting things, but surface level knowledge about the games because I played through the main trilogy is all we're really gonna talk about. Maybe some development history too, especially when it comes to the beginning of this episode, where we're not gonna talk about Mass Effect immediately, but we're gonna be talking about their development company. And Philip, do you know what that development company is?
Oh, um, no. What development company might that be?
This is our good friends, BioWare. Definitely our good friends
Oh,
nowadays.
indeed.
One would say that BioWare is almost in the same boat as Bethesda when it comes to its level of quality over the past decade.
Now, is that level of quality dipping just like Bethesda's has
Now,
in
why
recent
would you
years?
say that, Philip? Now why would you say that?
Oh, I don't know. It's not like we've had a good Mass Effect game in quite some time, from at least my knowledge. What's that Mass Effect game that came out a handful of years, started with an A, and was riddled with bugs on its initial release?
I don't know
Or
what you're talking
release?
about. I don't know what you're talking
I don't
about at
know.
all, Philip.
Listen, I'm so sorry. My face is tired.
But yes, we're going to be talking about BioWare at first. Their uh, origins and the games that they made leading up to Mass Effect. So we're not going to be talking about Dragon Age, which is a series that they started after releasing Mass Effect, and a couple of their other games, but let's go right into it, shall we? Now, Philip, I did mention off camera once before that sort of in relation to Bethesda as well, BioWare and our good old favorite franchise, Fallout, have similar origins to each other, which we're going to get to in a little bit.
Hmm.
So, BioWare was founded on February 1st of 1995 by Ray Mazika, I believe that's it, Greg Zeshuk, and Augustine Yep. We're off to a great start.
These guys sound like this sounds like a trio of kings coming together to unite their countries, become a new great thing.
Yeah, I think these are the three kings who gave gifts to Jesus. Yeah. Uh,
Ah, yes. See, they became profitable after they gave gifts to Jesus.
from what I remember, two of these guys, or maybe all three of them, were like doctors, like in the medical field before founding BioWare, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Kind of wild. I'm not gonna lie. A hard shift to their career choices, I suppose. Yes, I had too many malpractice charges against me because my neuro surgery wasn't going so well. So I'm gonna make video games about space aliens.
But we're not there yet, or at least I don't think so, because their first game would be called Shattered Steel, and they pitched their demo to 10 publishers and they received 7 offers. And Philip, from the little inkling I gave you about related origins with Fallout, who do you think they signed with?
Bethesda, or
Incorrect.
no, wait, no. Is it Black Isle Studios?
Incorrect. Go deeper.
It's related to Fallout.
Who was the parent company of Fallout 1 and Fallout 2?
Company,
The
not Black
main
Isle. Not,
the main developer.
why am I fucking blanking on this? Oh my fucking god, I should know this. Hold on, Black Isle Studios, and then there was fucking
Uh-huh.
oh
Uh-huh.
shit. Just say the fucking name and I'll remember it instantly.
Interplay Entertainment.
Interplay. Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna go commit seppuku real quick.
So, Shattered Steel would be co-developed with Pyrotech Studios, which was formed by Brent and Trent Oster, and Pyrotech would break up a year later. Trent Oster would then join BioWare as one of their earliest employees to help finish the game. And the game did pretty well, with its notable features being destructible environments.
Interesting.
So a sequel was planned for 1998, but it was never fully realized. So after Shattered Steel, BioWare started to develop a game centered around something that the founders and the staff really enjoyed. They really liked computerized and pen and paper RPGs, and they wanted to develop an RPG for their next game. So they presented a demo to Interplay that was called Battleground Infinity. Now, at this time, Interplay held the video game license for Dungeons and Dragons, and they suggested that they make their game more well suited to D&D. What game do you think that was, Philip?
Um like Fallout.
Uh, very different from Fallout. Or maybe, I don't know. I haven't played this game, but based on later releases, I want to say almost similar.
Oh, wasn't it it wasn't like no, I'm trying to think of like other RPGs that came out at the time.
It's funny you
It
say that because it was a rival to a game that Blizzard Entertainment put out around the same time.
it's not Baldur's Gate, is it?
It is Baldur's
Or
Gate.
oh, it is Gate. I was either gonna say Baldur's Gate or a Bard's Tale, but I knew Bard's Tale was like part of oh, what is their In Exiles
Mhm.
titles.
So yes, 3 years after they were like, "Why don't you change it to a D&D style game?" They released Baldur's Gate, which is now in the hands of Larian Studios, I think they're called, and they developed Baldur's Gate 3. So it was a massive success, selling 2 million units and being a rival to Blizzard Entertainment's Diablo. So after this, their next game would return to the action genre of which Shattered Steel was of, and this was a sequel to a game called MDK, which was originally developed by Shiny Entertainment, and MDK 2 would release on PC, Dreamcast, and the PlayStation 2. And it was actually a success. So,
Really?
with that success from both MDK2 and Baldur's Gate, BioWare would start development on Baldur's Gate 2 Shadows of Anne, and it was released in the year of 2000. It sold around the same numbers as the first game, but the success of MDK2 and Baldur's Gate 2 couldn't financially support their parent company Interplay, which was going through some financial problems around this time, Philip. I think you're familiar with that too.
Yes, this is about like you said this was in 2000 when this released,
2000.
right?
2000.
2000, yeah. So this is like about 5 years before I think like Interplay would go under.
Okay.
Yeah, so like so that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense at this point.
So, BioWare, I believe around this time, kind of like detached from Interplay, and they would start development for a lot of different companies. Some of them in the video game market around this time. They would form relationships with Infogrames. Is that how I spelt it? So bitch. That company would later be renamed to Atari. Oh, and
Ooh.
Atari, yeah, that's a story for another day. Ugh. But then they would also become friends with LucasArts and Microsoft.
That ah, I think I know what games that they made together.
Oh, yes. So the game published under Atari was Neverwinter Nights in 2002. The game published under LucasArts was drumroll, ladies and gentlemen, drumroll. Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic, released in
Which
2003.
honest so I've never played Knights of the Old Republic myself, but I've heard like many great things about it.
Mhm.
And even though this is a specific Mass Effect video and whatnot, and I know that you hold it in high regards, but I honestly think that in a lot of ways, in a lot of people's eyes, I think like that game is like one of their finest, if not better than Mass Effect in some aspects. I think
Mm.
for a lot of it's like RPG elements and just writing and story in general. And so like even though I've never played it myself, I still think I see it in my eyes as something I would hope to play at some point
Mhm.
in the future.
Me too. I kind of wanted to get it and play it before we did this episode, but I just didn't have the time. But under Microsoft, they would release a game called Jade Empire in 2005. And in 2005, BioWare announced something really big. BioWare and
Would that
Pandemic were to join forces. So, Pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, was the developers of Star Wars Battlefront and I believe the original Destroy All Humans games and Mercenaries Playground of Destruction.
goodness.
So they would join forces, but they would remain autonomous, and they would also partner with a group called Elevation Partners. Hold on, let me read my note directly because it sounded a little weird. Announced in November 2005, BioWare and Pandemic Studios would join forces while remaining autonomous, with Elevation Partners investing in the newly named VG Holding Corp partnership. Now, Philip, kind of, in a similar regard to to Bethesda and ZeniMax a couple years ago. Why do you think these companies would want to form a partnership together based on the recent success of their video games? Why do you think they wanted to come together?
Oh, I don't know. So they could rival another great game company that just released a great game for the PS2, Pirates of the Caribbean for the PS2. That's why. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun, dun. No. Would it be would they be coming together to create a game possibly? Is this what you're hinting at, my
not,
friend?
not really, not really. Um, what happened with ZeniMax in Microsoft a couple years ago, Philip?
Oh, they merged together. Oh,
They
wait a
got
minute. Is this the point where BioWare is this where they're getting ready to be bought out by or bought up by Microsoft? Is this where their timeline?
kind of close. A different company though. Which company would eventually purchase both BioWare and Pandemic?
And Pandemic. Ooh, was it Activision?
Close, kind of close. Get a little close.
Uh, oh, Blizzard.
No, no,
No.
no, no, no.
Oh,
A
okay.
little further, a little further. What terrible company makes Star Wars games nowadays?
EA. Oh
Yes,
my
sir.
gosh.
they were they were bought by Electronic Arts for $775 million in October
Oh,
of
those.
2007.
Oh, friend, those are rookie numbers compared to what game companies get bought for nowadays.
Yeah.
And not only that, but kind of like cutting back to like all this like because it's like it's from like 2000 to 2005, at least from the things that you've explained and kind of just like how I see it in my mind. It looked like they were kind of like diversifying themselves and kind of like bolstering themselves up to be kind of bought up by EA. At least that's what it looks like. Kind of like thinking about like the history with other recent game companies like Bethesda and Activision being bought up by bigger entities and like
Mhm.
inflating themselves to like be more lucratively looked at by like these bigger companies like Microsoft and Sony and whatnot, you know.
Mhm.
At least that's what it kind of looks like, and what you were as you were explaining by them like partnering with other companies to make a wide range of different choices and like video games of the time.
Yeah, maybe not. There wasn't a whole lot of information on exactly why EA bought them, at least on the Wikipedia page. But,
Okay.
successes and all that, money, money, money. It would be a month later when Mass Effect would release on November 20th, 2007 in North America for the Xbox 360.
Ooh.
And now we are here. Welcome to Mass Effect, Philip. I hope you like leather chains, Mr. Squidward.
I hope you like alien baddies, Mr. Squidward.
I hope you like alien baddies, Mr. Squidward. Let me try to turn down my volume.
So like I only have a very rudimentary like knowledge of Mass Effect from just like things I've heard from random YouTube videos, maybe shorts occasionally, or just like media coverage of Mass Effect
Mm-hmm.
as like just over the years, right? Now, me personally, I have always enjoyed sci-fi as like films, novels, and TV series. Not so much a lot as video games all the time. I suppose, like I've just always just been not necessarily like super interested in Mass Effect, but like it's just like what well, give me a good synopsis of Mass Effect, like just a general idea of what Mass Effect is about right now before we like get deeper into it.
Gladly. so Mass Effect. You play as the main character, Commander Shepard. You can customize this character. You have two options of male or female. And the default options, at least in Legendary Edition, are hot as fuck. So there's that.
You can either give him a big old schlong or you can give him a big old bitties. Your choice.
Unfortunately, it's not that kind of game. We're not on cyberpunk levels of character customization. But
God
uh but
damn it.
but see, I'm trying to think of like what would be a general synopsis of Mass Effect. There's so much shit that happens in the main trilogy that it's like
Okay.
that okay, I think I'm trying to come up with the best way. So there is Commander Shepard, your main character,
Uh-huh.
and through Shepard, you can do a number of different decisions that'll either make people see you as a hero, see you as a neutral type, at least in the first game, or a bad guy. Which the good stuff is called the Paragon, and the bad stuff is called Renegade.
Gotcha. So like there's a morality system of some
Yeah,
sort.
yeah,
I guess like a better way to describe Mass Effect. So like where is this set? Is this in the Milky Way galaxy or
yes,
in a galaxy far, far okay, that fine. I was gonna set it up for something dramatic, but yes.
yes. Milky Way. I know you. I know
Gotcha.
you probably have a lot of questions, but we will get to those.
We'll get there when we get there.
I feel like a lot of the stuff I want to say about a synopsis, I probably just want to keep for when we talk about like the overall story of the trilogy.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, the first game, like I said, released November 20th. It was later ported to Windows on May 28th, 2008 in North America by Demiurge Studios. And it would later have a PS3 release on December 4th, 2012 in North America by Edge of Reality and Electronic Arts. And then it was later remastered with the rest of the trilogy for the Legendary Edition in, I believe, 2021. This game and the next two would be directed by Casey Hudson, with Drew Karpyshyn as the lead writer. Mac Walters would come on as a lead writer for Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3, and would be the lead writer for the Dark Horse Mass Effect comics, where Karpyshyn would be the author of the Mass Effect books, all except for one. And I guess the Mass Effect Andromeda books too. He was not the author of those, but he was the author for the
Gotcha.
main three stories. Now, Philip, we've talked about Mass Effect Deception before on the podcast.
Yeah, a little bit. Yes, we have.
We might have in relation to one of our favorite authors.
Would his name be William Dietz?
Yes, sir.
Would that possibly be his name?
Yes, sir.
Is the, is there a Dietzing that happens in these books?
We've got over it before. How he turns a not autistic character. He turns an autistic character not autistic in his
He,
book. So
hear it first here, folks. William Dietz cures autism. The book.
the book How to Cure Autism by William Dietz.
Oh yeah, it's got like a Mass Effect side story in it or something like that. I don't know.
We could do a whole episode on a Google Doc that chronicles everything wrong with Dietz's book. It'd probably be a short one, but boy, it would make a great episode.
I'm sure.
Speaking of one of these books, technically the first piece of Mass Effect media would not be the video game. Almost in the same vein as how Star Wars would not actually be the first piece of Star Wars media.
Really?
So now to talk about two different books. The first Mass Effect book actually released before the game, and it
Oh,
was a prequel novel talking about one of the reoccurring characters, Admiral Anderson, and kind of fills in the blanks or kind of tells the story about how he almost became the first human Spectre. And we'll get to what the Spectres are in a little bit.
gotcha.
I've read a little bit of the beginning of this book. It's pretty alright so far.
So like how far ahead did they release this first Mass Effect book before the first game came
If I
out?
remember, like a few months beforehand.
Oh, so this was almost like I wouldn't obviously I don't know, but like it's almost sort of like a almost like a pre-order bonus type deal
Not really.
where it's like no, not really.
No.
Okay. Well, I just think it's strange that like I could see if it was like a comic that was with the pre-order bonus. Kind of like for Fallout New Vegas when they did the All Roads comic, which is the only comic that exists for the Fallout franchise, right? But it was like kind of like a I think it was part of the pre-order bonus, and it kind of gave it was like a little prequel story to the setup of Fallout New Vegas.
Mm.
I almost feel like that's what they were kind of trying to go for, even though like New Vegas was not even a thing at this point for any kind of media, but like or for them to reference. But like, I
Yeah.
think it's strange that they would release a book 2 months
Well,
ahead when.
well,
Oh yeah,
well, this isn't the strangest thing to happen, especially in this industry of novelizations. Because, like I said with Star Wars, the Alan Dean Foster novelization of the first Star Wars movie released in December of 1976, 5 months ahead of A New Hope, which released in May
Oh, okay.
of 1977.
Gotcha.
And if anybody's wondering, yeah, it says written by George Lucas, but Alan Dean Foster was the ghostwriter, and it's titled Star Wars: The Adventures of Luke Skywalker, because that was the original title of the movie, and it was supposed to release in December of 1976 in correlation with the book, but that didn't happen. Anyway, I think the other reason why they decided to go ahead with a Mass Effect book and release it ahead of schedule was because Drew Karpyshyn was also the author of many Old Republic books that came out either during the Knights of the Old Republic releases or just the Old Republic game that came out in the 2010s. I forget what period of time those books came out, but he did write those as well.
Okay. So like he had a little bit of a prestige to follow him. So it wasn't necessarily just like new writer, new book for a new
Mhm.
series that no one really knows about yet. So like I guess a little bit of his like fame from previous novels could have brought people in at least initially to be interested in the story.
That and BioWare kind of had a reputation already with Baldur's Gate and some of their other titles. And from what I remember, from learning about it on YouTube, they had kind of an interesting ad campaign for Mass Effect with their posters and stuff. Like some of the things on the posters allude to things that aren't in the final product, which
Oh, really?
you'll come to find during Mass Effect's development that there are many things that never made it into the final game, and that there's some things that changed at the last minute.
Gotcha.
Now we have the first game, and in the first game, you play as Commander Shepard, and because it's an RPG, you kind of have the option to do a lot of different things with your Shepard. You can give them particular class abilities, like a soldier makes you very good at regular guns and weapons. You can make them an engineering type, which means that they're really good at hacking into electronics and related stuff. There's also a couple different biotic classes, which biotics is kind of just the force. And there's like other classes that just kind of seem like a bit of the same, but different, really.
Gotcha. How diverse does this like class system go? Is it just like simply like picking perks, or is it like other RPGs of like years past where it's like a point system, like you can really fine tune it to what you really want, or is it somewhere in between?
So you pick your class and there is a point system, but you don't get access to the point system until you're thrown right into the action.
Gotcha.
So this is not like a Fallout scenario. This is a very
Gotcha.
interesting RPG system. I think the best way to describe it is this is baby's first RPG game.
Okay, so
This is
nothing too
over the
over your
top.
head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's kind of simple, but you still get like plenty of choices. And there's a
gotcha.
lot of classes and they do minimize on the number of classes as the games go on. You can also choose different origins for Shepard. You could do Earthborn, you can do Spaceborn, or like Spacerborn, which is like born on a ship, something like that, or Colonist born,
Gotcha.
which really only affects like a couple side missions in the story and a couple dialogue things here and there. And that's really like
Hmm.
the greatest extent of Shepard's origins.
I almost feel like that's a shame or like a wasted opportunity to like have more like greater dialogue choices or pathways and like even like I know you said it affects it a little bit in the game, but like if I were BioWare at the time, I would have definitely put more heavy emphasis on it because like it could like definitely encourage players for like more playthroughs so you get more play time on your game, you know. But, like you said, with at least the class system it's kind of like baby's first RPG. So I could also see where it doesn't like it's just more of like flavor text for your character
Yeah.
more than anything.
And then there's the character customization, which not the greatest. It's a little limited to options, but you can do stuff in it. And I'm gonna send you pictures as we go on so that you know what the characters look like. Um
Gotcha.
so this is what male Commander Shepard looks like in all three of the games. His appearance is unchanged throughout all of them.
Yeah. So this is default Shepherd.
That is default Shepard. Female
Uh,
Shepard is a different story. Because it wouldn't be until Mass Effect 3 when they finally decided on like a proper face model and appearance for FemShep as she's often called in the community.
so they is there a reason why she's got three models? Oh, I mean, obviously, like for the different releases of the game, but like, is there a reason for that?
I really don't know. This is the best picture I think I can get of her in Mass Effect 1. That's what she looks like.
I I understand now.
And this is FemShep in Mass Effect 3 and Legendary Edition next to Male Shep.
Oh, I I I understand now. I understand why they made the changes.
Oh, and
She
that
like
that's what she looks like about. Okay, so I found the image with all three of her models.
so I'm guessing left to right is from original second
One,
release and then
two,
legend.
and then three, yeah.
Gotcha.
She looks
Oh
way better in Mass Effect 3.
yeah, like uh she definitely looks like a character from that time period of game development 2000 and what 7 you said
Yes.
for the first one. The second one, I I almost feel like the second one looks the worst out of the bunch for me, but the third one is definitely like the best out of the bunch and like definitely has more like yeah, it just better in general, a lot more better definition and whatnot, better hairstyle, and then Shepard's just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hotter. Definitely.
Now, now is there a canonical gender for
No.
Commander Shepard?
No. In fact, in the comics, whenever Shepard is on in a panel or is being talked about, they refer to Shepard as a they and they keep their face obscured because
Uh
it's up to the player to decide who Shepard is.
Kind of like a Master Chief situation. Well, other than him being a dude.
Yeah, kind of. So that is Shepard. And the game opens with man, how deep do I want to go with Mass Effect 1? It kind of starts with a conversation between three different people that we'll come to discover are like three important characters in I wouldn't say in Shepard's life, but they hold some great importance in the bigger story. One of the first is Counselor Udina, who is the or I don't think he's a counselor yet, but he's the representative for humanity for the council, which is the body of government that sort of governs almost the aliens in the Milky Way, at least the ones that are part of the council, because you'll come to find out that there are some races that aren't part of the council for one reason or another. And
Gotcha.
there is also Admiral Anderson, who is voiced by Keith David, and he is I don't think he's an admiral yet. I think he's a captain in Mass Effect 1 if I remember correctly. But he is an important character to Shepard. Like the two of them have been like good friends for a long time. And then
Gotcha.
there is Admiral Stephen Hackett, voiced by Lance Henriksen. His voice is in the intro, and he does pop up every now and again as you're playing through the game to give you side missions to do. So that's fun. And they're basically discussing if Shepard is the right person to be a Spectre candidate. Kind of like Anderson before him, Shepard has done many things in his life that basically tells the humans and tells the council that maybe Shepard can become a Spectre. And at the beginning of the game, when we're introduced to our ship, the Normandy, and our crew, along with some very unique characters on said crew. We're also introduced to another Spectre who will be looking over Shepard on a mission where on this mission they'll determine if Shepard is right for Spectre status. And that character was Nihilus, voiced by Alistair Duncan. And now Nihilus is what we like to call a Turian.
Before we go any further, not only for my own knowledge, but also like any viewers who have not watched Mass Effect, what is a Spectre?
A Spectre is, how should I put this? Imagine like not really a secret agent, but like a special task force of like the best of the best brought together and basically put on some secret military assignments by the council. Basically, their cleanup assassin group, kind of.
Gotcha. So they kind of just like pave the way from behind the scenes, like making sure things like run cleanly for, I guess, this group.
Kind of. Think of it as like I guess like the Overwatch team in Overwatch.
I see. Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, they're supposed to be the best of the best, and people are aware of the existence of the Spectres. Some of them make news headlines because of their heroics and their actions. Some of them can be stealthy, and others can be a little loud, like Shepard. Let's just say.
Gotcha.
So it's also here where we're introduced to our pilot, Jeff Moreau, aka Joker, voiced by Seth Green, and he'll be around for all three games. He has, I think it was called Vrolik's disease, brittle bone disease. He's got brittle bones. He can't walk very well, otherwise he'll break something instantaneously.
God damn.
And we're also introduced around the same time to one of our squad mates, Caden Alenko, who is voiced by Raphael Sparge. And Caden is, if you're playing as Femshep, he will be one of your romance options for this game.
Ooh, spicy,
Mm-hmm.
spicy.
Caden is a human biotic. Biotics are, like I said, they're kind of like the Force, but they're more natural in the Asari race, and they can exist in other races, but the Asari are more prone to having biotics than others. So through like discipline and certain implants, humans can have biotics, and Caden is one of these people. And Shepard can be one of these people too if you choose that option. But other characters along the way, such as Rex and Thane and a couple others, will have biotics as well to shake things up for your team.
Gotcha.
So around the ship we can talk to a lot of people, but then we get called to the bridge, or at least like the video communications room, where we're introduced to Nihilus and we talk to him for a little bit, and Admiral Anderson comes in, and apparently the planet that we're supposed to go to, which is a human colony, is being attacked by a race of cybernetics called the Geth. And we'll get to the origins of the Geth in a little bit. Now, this is where we're introduced to another future squad mate named Ashley Williams, who is voiced by Kimberly Brooks. And yes, she is named after Ash Williams of Evil Dead fame.
I was about to ask. Does she also have a chainsaw wielding hand attachment?
No, unfortunately not.
Dang. Does she make a reference to being like, and this is my boomstick, and then wave her double barrel shotgun at somebody?
This is my boomstick!
No,
Damn.
I don't think they
Does
were
she
that on
also
the
fight?
nose.
Does she also have the Necronomicon and fighting the forces of evil?
No.
Damn. Okay, never
So,
mind. Whatever. Keep going. I'm
so anyway,
disappointed already.
we go to the planet, and the freaking door thing for the Normandy opens, and winds blasting around, and Anderson's like, "You guys are some of the best. You're part of the N7," which is like, um, elite soldiers, part of the Human Alliance military, and he's like, "Be safe out there," and he like leaves. And you, Shepard, are partnered up with Caden, and the greatest squad mate ever, Jenkins.
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 Leroy Jenkins.
So before you jump out, Nihilus is like, "Bye, suckers," and just jumps out of the ship. And
Really?
you follow suit, and your first encounter with the Geth goes a little wrong because our boy Jenkins comes out of the corner. And Phillip, can you guess what happens to our boy Jenkins, the greatest
Does he
squad
get
mate?
Does he get obliterated by the
Yes, he
Geth?
does. He gets fucking lit up by Geth drones.
Rip my boy Leroy Jenkins.
So it's you and Caden for a little bit until you meet up with Ashley, and you go through the map and you start killing some Geth, but then you find out that there's something weird going on the colony. And you discover that there's these weird spires that have these cybernetic looking humans attached to them. Now, these things are called husks, and they were once humans because now they've been transformed into these zombie
Right.
creatures. And this is not Geth technology. In fact, this is an alien technology that is completely unknown to everyone. But everybody just assumes it's Geth technology. Because what other ancient robot race could exist out there among the stars? In fact,
Oh,
we get to see one of these ancient robotic aliens in the sky as it leaves the planet at one point.
oh, really?
Yes,
I don't know.
sir.
Is this foreshadowing for later events?
Yes, it is. So, at one point, we get a little cutscene with Nihilus as he's walking around a place, and he comes across a fellow Tyrian named Saren, which I will send a picture of Saren. This is our boy Saren. He's a very unique looking Tyrian. We don't really get a Tyrian who looks like Saren ever again, which
Yeah.
kind of sucks a little bit because he does look cool. But as you can see, he does have some cybernetics on him.
Yeah.
I wonder what that could be.
Is that from an alien technology we have no knowledge of or know the origin of?
Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, so
That's
Saren
cool. Anyway,
so Saren is another Spectre. And he actually shows up in the prequel novel because he fucked up Anderson's like trial mission to become a Spectre. And now he's here on this planet. And Nihilus is like, "Do you have any idea what's going on?" And Saren's like, "No, no, 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 I don't. No, I don't. And don't mind me like drawing this gun and shooting you in the back of the head." So we cut back to Shepard and we head over to the place where Nihilus was shot and killed. We're able to interrogate a dock worker and basically piss on him for being a little shit. And then we have some more encounters with the Geth. We start trying to pursue Saren. And then we end up at some beacon. And this beacon, it's a little weird. It's another piece of ancient alien technology. Not robotic alien, but definitely ancient alien technology. And what's interesting is either if you're playing as male Shep, it will be Ashley who tries to approach the beacon, but if you're playing as femme Shep, it'll be Caden.
gotcha.
Because this is supposed to insinuate love interests at the beginning of the game. So Shepard,
Uh,
depending on who, will throw the person out of the way, and the beacon basically makes Shepard float in the air and starts showing them horrible, terrible visions of long ago ancient genocides from
oh boy.
50,000 years ago.
Oh my god. Wait, 50,000 years ago.
50,000 years ago.
Ah,
So just to break it to you, because I don't know how much time we're going to have to talk about the whole story. The
right.
ancient robot technology in the ship that we saw is something that is dubbed a Reaper. And
Gotcha.
every 50,000 years, a new Reaper is made in something called the Harvest. Now, Philip, this might sound a little complicated to you because as the series progresses, there are retcons upon retcons of storylines.
Oh,
And the Reapers are affected by this quite a bit.
how how
How
so?
so, you say?
Or should that be saved towards the end?
Well, I'm just gonna say nothing was ever really set in stone with Mass Effect 1. Kind of like in a similar way to Resistance, they never really planned out a whole trilogy. They might have had the idea of doing a trilogy, but they never made a grand plan. So that's why there
Uh,
are many, many retcons as the trilogy progresses. But to give you the rundown, the Reapers are fucking old. And every 50,000 years, they cleanse the galaxy of advanced cybernetic AI beings and highly advanced organics, allowing the smaller fledgling organic races to rise up and advance in a similar way. And then, after 50,000 years progress, they harvest them all again and turn them into a Reaper.
so in a very roundabout way, this is like a check and balance system for the galaxy, kind of
Kind of.
like almost like a nature side. I was also like the how you were initially describing it. I was like, wait a minute, I've heard this plot before. This sounds like fucking Halo and firing the goddamn Halo ring,
Well,
but
kind
a more
of, kind
roundabout
of.
way.
Because as it's revealed in Mass Effect 3, the reason why the Reapers kind of made is in a similar way to just reset everything, right? But it's
Right.
mostly just to curb the fact that organic beings will always make AI, and AI will always break free. And as you'll come to find out, the alien race called the Quarians made the Geth 600 years prior to the events of Mass Effect 1. And the
Okay.
Geth are really intelligent. And if you could possibly glean, some of these Geth have now joined the Reapers. and
Oh,
and view the Reaper in this game called Sovereign as basically a god, a machine god, the Omnissiah.
the Omnissiah. Okay. Well, that makes sense. I can see why they would.
So, now that we have that established, let us continue. So Shepard sees an old genocide of a ancient race from 50,000 years ago called the Protheans. A lot of the old technology in the galaxy is presumed to be from the Protheans, but as to be revealed much later, some of the technology like the Mass Effect relays that help people get around the galaxy and the Citadel and the Catalyst later on in Mass Effect 3 are all really, really, really old stuff. So fucking old. In fact, it was a Prothean library of like just a big library that was found on Mars. And this is how humans were able to propel into the future and help to discover the Mass Effect relay in their galaxy. And then humans were like, so, there are aliens, and there's more beyond our solar system. So, with their advanced technology, they went beyond their solar system and they encountered the Turians. And then they did something called the First Contact War, which lasted for a little bit. And then,
Oh, I'm sure it was only a little bit.
yeah. And then they settled a peace agreement. And there's some other things pertaining to the Contact War that we'll talk about in a little bit when it comes to certain characters. The elusive man. But we'll get there in a little bit.
We'll get there when we get there.
So after, I think the planet's called Eden Prime. After the battle on Eden Prime, we get back onto the ship. Shepard's checked out. Everything's okay. And like I said, depending on who you save and who you're playing as Shepard, a romance option will be available to you like almost right off the bat. Like if you say something positive to the other person in the medbay to you, whether that be Ashley or Kaden, they will like smile, and this is like the side that they're like interested in you. This is
Gotcha.
this is also where we're introduced to Dr. Chakwas, who will
Doctor, what?
Chakwas. Dr. Chakwas, aka Dr.
Doctor.
Chocolates.
I was about to say Doctor Chocolate.
and
Yes.
she's an older lady, and a lot of people want her to be a romance option, and
Yes.
I don't disagree. She does show up in the rest of the games too, which is pretty cool. However, in Mass Effect 3, you get two options for a medical officer, either her or a different doctor, which you can also encounter in Mass Effect 1, funny enough.
Mm.
After spending a little time on the Normandy, we go to the Citadel. And I'm going to send you a picture of the
The Citadel.
Citadel.
It's is it basically like a giant space station?
Yeah.
Like, is this like the council's like headquarters,
Yes.
or is it like the military? Okay.
So this is basically like a melting pot of cultures and aliens, because on each
Okay.
of these different panels you see is just kilometers and kilometers and kilometers of skyscrapers and apartment buildings and docking stations and so on and so forth. But as you could see in the ring in the background, there is a tower.
Mm-hmm.
On the tip of that tower is where the council meets, and in this general area is something called the Presidium. And there are a couple of other embassy offices for aliens like the Elcor and the Volus and humanity, and of course the Turians and the Asari and the the amphibian ones. Completely blanked on what they were. Oh,
Mer people.
mer people. Fuck. Solarians. The
But
Solarians.
Solarians. Okay.
Solarians. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty interesting and pretty fucking cool though. Like having like a giant melting pot for like all these races, rather than just being like. I feel like a lot of fucking sci-fi movies, films, games, whatever you want to call it. Earth is always the focal point of said setting. And I think this is really fucking cool, though. Like it's like an artificial meeting place for all of the races to mix,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty fucking cool.
So the first race to discover the Citadel were the Asari, and in this cycle, the Asari are technically like the most advanced race of
Mm.
all the alien races. Um, with the others being the Turians, the Solarians, and the humans. But there are other spacefaring races, like I guess technically the Krogan, and the Batarians also have some of their own ships too, and the Quarians, which are very interesting because they are a space fleet based alien race. Because the Geth basically kicked them off of their home planet of Rannoch.
Ah, gotcha.
Well, that's kind of putting it a
Well,
little bluntly, but yeah. So it is on here that we can interact with a lot of different alien races. We get some different side quests. We're also introduced to a minor alien race called the Keepers, whose job is to basically maintain the Citadel. They were created by the Reapers
ah,
to maintain the
they're like
Citadel.
a so are they like also a cybernetic type race?
No, you would think so, but they are not. Allow me to show you an image of the Keepers.
While you're you want to know you want to know where I think they might have gotten this idea for the keepers. Well, okay, the keepers don't look anything like the thing I was thinking of, but like they remind me of the Watchers from that maintain and like watch over the Rock from like the Dark Angels like Citadel in
Hmm.
Warhammer 40K. That's
Hmm.
what these guys gotta remind me of, or at least like purpose wise.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is not at all what I thought that the keepers of the Citadel would look like. Little bug dudes. I feel like the Asari when they first got on here just sprayed these guys with fucking bug spray because they thought they were a fucking nuisance. Or not a nuisance, but like a pest, you know? Like I would mistake this guy as like a little fucking pest on this ship and I'd be like, all right, get the fucking raid out. We got like a extermination order on the Citadel to get these little bug dudes out of here.
So while we're on the topic of the council races, I'm going to show you a couple of the different council races. First, we have the Volus, which is kind of like the bankers of the galaxy. They're very economically savvy.
Ah, yes, the technocracy guys.
Yeah, they have a very interesting speech pattern because of their master like. Oh, Commander
Oh yeah.
Shepard. So nice to see you again. We have the L Core, which I absolutely freaking love the L Core. They're fantastic. Let me see if I can get a full body. There we go. That's a good one. So this is an L Core.
Oh, he's a little rock man, little
He's
rock
actually,
guy.
you say little, but he's actually quite big.
Gotcha.
Um, they talk plainly, but they they they're like excitedly, "Hello, human. I am an L Core. Sadly, I have type 2 diabetes."
Oh my god. They took all my toes and all I have left are these two.
They took all of
I
my
also
toes.
I also have a rideable saddle. Would you like a ride around the citadel?
I would be happy to give you a ride. There are also
Give me sugar.
there are also the Hanar, which are big stupid jellyfish.
You big stupid jellyfish.
Ah, the engineers of this universe.
Not really.
So do these guys like float or
They
do
do
these guys
float.
have like gotcha. So like are these also members of the council or are
They
these just
are.
minor races that
So
okay.
so there are like there's the council, which at this point in time has 3 races, but there are also races that are called Citadel races, that they are allowed on the Citadel and they are given the opportunity for their voices to be heard.
Oh, so like a House of Representatives and like then a greater
Yeah.
actual leading council.
But
Gotcha.
but non-Citadel races are allowed on the Citadel as well. So like the Quarians, the Batarians, and the Krogan are
I
allowed.
see. Interesting.
So these are the Hanar, and they have a very unique speech pattern as well. They refer to themselves as this one, but they have very holistic names for their actual names. And they are voiced by Mark Meir, who also voices male Commander Shepard. So it's funny when they're just talking to each other.
Oh, it's same guy talking to himself.
Yeah.
That's funny.
There is a Hanar who is a action hero movie star called Blasto,
Oh yeah.
and he had his own action figure a while back. I think they're still selling it.
That's crazy.
Um, I'm actually gonna send you a picture of Blasto when he was on a movie set that they were doing in Mass Effect 3.
Oh my fucking god. Could you imagine Blasto? What if he did like a Duke Nukem cover?
Funny enough, he had his own comic book that was part of the Dark Horse series. It's like a one-time
That's
comic.
that's fucking funny. I love that.
While we're at it, let's do the other races. Let me pull up the Asari. So this is Liara. She's an Asari. You might be familiar with her.
I wonder this was the former lady that was on your profile picture now, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. That was Samara.
Oh,
However, Liara was my first romance, so there's that. That's what she looks like in Mass Effect 3. This is what she looks like in Mass Effect 1, because they did change her model a bit.
yeah, definitely different quality. Looks like a almost like a Halo 1 or Halo 3 like type of graphics.
And then I'm going to send you Morden for the alien race that I forgot the fucking name of again. The Solarians. Morden is a much older Solarian. They have a lifespan of about 50 years.
Gotcha. He reminds me of a shrimp.
I already showed you the Turians with Nihilus. Let's show you the Krogan. I'm going to send you a picture of Rex, who is another one of our squad mates for the first game.
Dinosaur.
Yeah, he is basically a frog dinosaur
The frog
with a
dinosaur.
redundant nervous system.
What do you mean by that?
They have a redundant nervous system. Basically, they can't feel pain.
Oh, damn. Okay, so that makes them like the perfect combat
Yes.
oriented. Like,
Oh, Phillip. Oh, the Krogan are fucking awesome, but they're terrible people. they
oh,
they were a warrior race that had an amazing society. Like at one point in Mass Effect 3, when you're on Tuchanka, their home planet, you get to visit these ancient temples and shit.
uh,
But then they discovered nuclear weapons.
oh,
And they were like, what if we just chuck these at each other? And now Tuchanka is just sand.
literally Fallout, but with Krogans.
Yeah. And we'll get to a bit of interesting history with the Krogans in a little bit, because it will be brought up in Mass Effect 1. But for the Quarians, I'm going to send you a picture of Tali in Mass Effect 1.
Oh,
She was
so
not a romance option in Mass Effect 1, which sucks.
I'm guessing the person, like the dark, mysterious woman that you can't actually see. I'm guessing the personality was what was attractive about this person.
She was like young, naive, which we'll get to when it comes to the Quarians. This is Tali in Mass Effect 2. This is also her default look in
Yeah,
Mass Effect 3.
gotcha.
Everybody loves Tali.
I'm guessing that is like a atmosphere suit because I see like a purple smoke behind like the glass or visor. I'm guessing that's what that is.
Kind of. The Quarians' suit is because they are very clean, but they are very
Okay.
susceptible to germs and sicknesses. Like their ships are very sterilized, which makes their immune system very weak.
They're almost like Bubble Boy, but hotter.
Sure.
Put it on screen. Look it up afterwards. You guys will know what I mean. Get the joke.
So Tali in Mass Effect 1 is on something called a pilgrimage, which is something that the Quarians do when they reach like late teenage, late teens, early 20s, and they go away from the flotilla for however long they need to. And when they've gathered something that could be important to the flotilla, they can come back and give it to the flotilla.
So
The,
like
the ba-
trophy
whatever may be
hunting
useful,
slash.
like technology or another ship or something like that.
Now, are they like are they like solely like a space faring
Yes,
rate like Eldar like Craft World Eldar like
yes, just like that, or
gotcha, okay,
fleet based space marines,
gotcha, okay, interesting,
just with
fascinating.
a terrible immune system.
Gotcha. And so they just simply like they're bringing back things that could either improve or maintain the flotilla.
Yeah,
Gotcha. And that's just kind of like a rite of passage into, I guess,
yeah.
adulthood or respect
They
for
basically
them.
go out into the galaxy, learn what they can, and bring something useful back. Like in Mass Effect 1, Shepard gives Tali very important information about the Geth that the flotilla can use.
Gotcha. And so that's what Tali is doing right now. She's on her pilgrimage.
Yeah, and
Gotcha.
there's a
Okay.
very intense prequel comic with her and how she got onto the Citadel. And you'll discover that a lot of people are kind of racist towards the Quarians.
Oh,
Because let's just say they're kind of like the Romani of Mass Effect.
oh, I see. Very very like soothsayer slash like they're very spiritually aligned
Not
for their religion or whatever.
really. No.
Were they, was that more of just an example
Yeah.
rather than just like an actual, okay, I
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. They're kind of like the Romani. They are often referred to as being Russian like because of their accents. However, Tali is the only Quarian that you'll meet in the games that has a Eastern European accent. Because
Oh,
you'll
okay.
discover that the Admiralty Board, which is the leadership of the Quarians, all have British accents.
Huh, interesting.
So any joke pertaining to the Quarians being Russians kind of just makes no sense to me. Like Joker one point is like, maybe we should play the Russian national anthem, but I'm like, that doesn't make sense. That only makes sense for Tali.
Gotcha.
Let's do the Batarians. I'll send you a picture of a Batarian. Bray. This guy named Bray.
Right.
Bray.
He, like, unsurprisingly, him out of all of them looks the most alien. I
I
don't
guess
know. Maybe
so,
it's just
yeah.
the 4 eyes. If he wears glasses, is he like 8 eyes or is he 6 eyes?
That is a
Does he
good
have to get
question.
that? That is a good question.
That is a good question.
But back to Mass Effect 1 story. While we're at the council, we basically have to collect evidence that says Saren killed Nihilus and he's up to some more evil motives. Because right now, the council doesn't believe us, and Saren is kind of gaslighting them. So, you gather evidence as you're going around the Citadel, and this is where you pick up more of your squad mates. This is where you get Tali, this is where you get Rex, and this is where you can get Garrus, which I'll send a picture of Garrus because our best boy Garrus. Garrus is actually optional. Like he's the only optional squad mate in Mass Effect 1, at least as far as I know. Cuz
Gotcha.
you can play the whole game without him. But if you do that and then if you go into Mass Effect 2 cuz Mass Effect is one of those games where it carries over what you did in the previous into the next one. When you reunite with him, the dialogue does not account for the fact that you did not have Garrus, so it basically plays off as you did have Garrus as a squad mate.
Gotcha.
So you can get Garrus, but you should probably get Garrus anyway because he's a good combatant and he's a good technician. Garrus is also part of the police of the Citadel called CSEC. His father was also a CSEC agent, and the two of them have had quite the falling out off screen, and the comics will also go into this.
I recognize this guy from a lot of just like fan art on the internet, and
Hmm.
I know a lot of like women who love Mass Effect
Uh huh.
swoon over
Uh huh.
Garrus, and
He.
like, and
Uh
me,
huh.
and me personally, like I've tried to like be on that side. I'm like, you know what? Let me try to like look at him to see like if there's any kind of thing that I'd be like, you know what? Yeah, I'd hit that. I don't see it. I guess I just don't see it.
You don't see it?
That doesn't make it any more appealing to me.
I think it's the personality of Garrus that's what makes it appealing to romance him because in Mass Effect 2 and 3, he goes through quite the character arc off screen in the comics as well, but you do get to learn about it as you progress through Mass Effect 2.
Gotcha.
And in my experience as playing male Shep and fem Shep in doing Liara, Garrus, and Tali as the romance options I've done so far, Garrus, he's up there. He is up there. He's great.
Oh
He's
yeah.
very sweet. I love him. He's very flirtatious. I'll also say that.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
And he fucks. Garrus fucks. Cause he was
You heard it here, folks.
cause in Mass Effect 2, he'll tell a story about him and a female Turian, um, when they were both in the military, was doing a sparring session with each other. I think it was Garrus had reach and she had flexibility. And then after the sparring session, they were like, "Do you want to go cool off?" And let's just say that Garrus had reach and she had flexibility.
This recon scout and I had been at each other's throats, nerves mostly. She suggested we settle it in the ring.
I assume you took her down gently?
Actually, she and I were the top-ranked hand-to-hand specialists on the ship. I had reach, but she had flexibility. It was brutal. After 9 rounds, the judge called it a draw. There were a lot of unhappy bettors in the training room. We ended up holding a tiebreaker in her quarters. I had reach, but she had flexibility. More than one way to work off stress, I guess.
What if we skipped right to the tiebreaker? We could test your reach and my flexibility.
Oh my fucking god. Would you like to know more?
Would you like to know more? That's how Garrus put it. Oh, and I swear to God, whether it be when you're talking to Caden or Garrus or any of your other romance options, Femship has like Nala like doomy eyes.
Oh
when you're
my
doing
god.
romance dialogue. Like she's like, I'm going to peg you.
Oh my fucking god.
She has the whole
Okay, well,
like I wanted to fuck you right now eyes. Like holy shit.
okay, but like, if you can have romance option with him, you know, why why the fuck can't I have a romance option with this little guy? He's got a lot of hands.
Well, if you touch him, he'll die. Apparently,
Wait, really?
yeah, they're like very fragile creatures.
Oh, they'll die. I thought I die if I touch him.
No, no.
Oh, so I can't even pick him up and give him a little hug or whatever. Tell him he's doing a good job. He just crumbles in my hands.
Kind of going back to it. Now you've assembled 5 of your 6 squad mates that you get in this game. And what's kind of cool is that when you're on the elevator with some of them, they'll have dialogue interactions with each other. And you'll discover that they're all kind of racist to each other.
Oh, fuck.
Garrus is racist to Tali because of the Quarians making the Geth. Ashley is just racist outright to any alien. She's like, wow, like when you're on the Citadel, like whatever like casual dialogues is like, wow, I can't tell the animals apart from the aliens, or vice versa.
Oh my fucking god. Well, I guess like it does like not to be like weird or anything like that, but like it honestly does make sense though, because I feel like in reality that would be like what would probably happen, you know?
Hmm.
Like we would probably see our differences in each other and probably be just like, disgusted at each other for one reason or another.
Yeah, I
Um,
even think Caden, who's kind of like a wholesome boy, will even be like, "I hope you're fit. I hope your race is proud for creating the Geth, Tali." And I'm like, Jesus Christ!
Obviously there's like a lot of trade and stuff going on. They have like the council. Is it like almost like an uneasy alliance that these like races have with each other?
uh, I would say like among the main council races, like the Solarians, the Turians, and the Asari, there's a mutual benefit to this alliance, and even the humans will benefit from it, kind of. But like the humans are kind of like the new kid on the block, and some of the races are a little jealous. Like the Elcor and the Volus have been here for a while. The Elcor don't mind really, but the Volus are like, we've been here for hundreds of years, and you little shits came and ruined it all for us.
Gotcha.
Like the size and the prowess of humanity gives them more of a chance of becoming a council race than any of the others.
So like the humans aren't even a council race. They're just there. They're
They're
accepted.
they got a representative.
Okay.
So they are a
Who
Citadel race.
gotcha, but but they're not like a one of the three council.
Yes, not yet.
And just another question. So
Hmm.
like is there one specific race that leads over the rest? I mean, obviously there's the three, right?
I
But like
I would say the Asari.
because they've been there the longest
Yeah,
or
they
one
are
of the longest.
very influential in the galaxy, and they are very fucking shady. We'll get to that
Okay,
a little bit too.
gotcha. Okay, sorry. Continue with what you were saying though.
So when you gather the evidence and you present it to the council, they're like, "Yeah, you know what? I think you're right, Commander. Saren is a little shit, and we're gonna revoke his Spectre status immediately. And you know what, Shepard? We're gonna make you a Spectre too." So they have a little celebration for Shepard as they become a Spectre, and then they're like, "Your task is to hunt down Saren." So basically, the Fallout New Vegas "Ain't That a Kick in the Head" mission pops up, and that's the rest of the game is trying to hunt down Saren, and along the way, you get some side missions, and we don't need to talk about those, with the exception of there is one that plays into if you are Earthborn, and there are a couple of other backgrounds that I forgot to mention. Like there's the war hero background, and there's a couple of others, but one of them has to deal with a group called Cerberus, which we'll get to in a bit too. But at this point in time, if you pick a particular background and if you do a particular side mission, come to find out that in this attack from a thresher maw, which I will send you a picture of a thresher maw because they are little shits, or I should say, big shits.
Oh,
Shepard,
giant insectoid alien.
yeah. So depending on what background you pick, Shepard's squad gets attacked by a thresher maw, and it's the sole survivor background. That's what it was called. It's believed you are the sole survivor, but in one mission, it is discovered that there is a survivor, another survivor that has been being tested on by Cerberus for many years now. Now, Cerberus is interesting because they are established in the first game as being a pro-human organization. Some may even consider them terrorists, but they don't really particularly do any sort of terrorist activities. There's also another like very radical pro-human political group called like Firmaterra, I think, but they aren't really prominent in the games.
Gotcha.
We will get acquainted with Cerberus very well in the next game. But for now, let's continue on. There is actually a side mission on the moon as well, so we do get to go to the Sol system at one point. And here on the moon, we have to shut down an AI program that has gone rogue. Well, as it turns out, Cerberus will eventually get a hold of this AI program that you shut down and turn it into the Normandy SR2's onboard AI called Edie.
Ooh.
So, Philip, you know how we talked about how the Quarians are kind of like space fleet born space marines, right?
Right, right,
This
right.
is not the only time where these two franchises will have similarities because AI is banned by the council.
AI man.
It is bad
Sounds
juju.
sounds like Warhammer 40K Imperium to me.
Mhm. And that is why the Quarians haven't been on the council for hundreds of years, because they got their AI. And instead, council races and Citadel races and all other races use something called virtual intelligence, called or VI, which we can interact with throughout the game. They're primarily used in robots. They're also used for the VI display at the Citadel that is basically just lore exposition as a character. And yeah, VI. So another mission we'll do as one of the main missions, but it also it's kind of like a side mission, but it is a mission of importance. This is the mission where you get Liara. And there's nothing really else of note other than it's basically Mustafar with Geth crawling all over it.
Fucking robots and molting lava.
Yep.
Oh,
And this is where you get Liara. And Liara will help Shepard understand the visions that he's seeing. However, every time this happens, Liara gets a big fucking migraine and has to go to her quarters. And if you're playing as male Shepard, Ashley will complain to you about basically nothing. Like she feels pressed that Liara is like touching your face and shit. Because heaven forbid the alien woman be touching Commander Shepard. Now, you can talk to Liara afterwards and get to know her and kind of start the romance route with her too.
mhm.
You can do Liara and Ashley at the same time, technically, but either if you're going for Ashley or Liara, there will always be a point in the game where Ashley feels pressed enough to be like, "Okay, Shepard, who do you choose, me or her?"
Oh, it's kind of almost like a Witcher situation,
I
but
guess,
like,
I guess so. Yeah, actually, it's very much so, especially in the first Witcher game.
well,
Um,
it like, so is those are they the only two characters you can kind of just
yeah,
like walk teeter the?
yeah,
Sorry, say it. Go ahead.
if you're male shepherd, those are your only two options. If you're female shepherd, it's Caden and Liara, and
Okay.
I'll explain why. Because the
I,
Asari, what's your question?
oh, I was gonna say I almost wish they did a thing like obviously totally different genre, totally different game, where in Stardew Valley you can lead everyone on. right? And then at the end of the game, unless you have a special item, they basically all just like get together and mega dump your ass. But I think that would have been a funny quirk where you could have like just been more or less kind of tugging the line for everybody.
Hmm.
But yeah,
So the interesting thing about the Asari is that they are something called a monogendered race. They have a female human-like appearance, but they have no
right.
concept of male or female because they are monogendered, and they do not reproduce recreationally like we do. Instead, they meld their minds to reproduce. They basically psychic
Uh,
fuck each other.
uh, okay.
Now, this is also interesting because the Asari, it is actually frowned upon to mate with another Asari. It is more accepted to mate with another species because it is seen that if you mate with another species, the offspring will inherit traits of both and hopefully positive traits of both. If you mate with another Asari, you're not really inheriting much. Liara is a pureblood Asari. She is the offspring of two Asari. One of them is actually partnered up with Saren because she is under the mind control of Sovereign. And her name
Hmm.
is Matriarch Benezia, and this is what she looks like.
Let me go. Oh my god. I feel like
I wish she was a romance option.
I see that her outfit is very Liam,
Yeah?
this is in game. This is a
Yeah.
picture from the game itself,
Yes.
right? Are those
Correct.
Liam, are those vein lines on those breasts that
Yeah,
I
she
see?
has precocious breasts. Yes.
My fucking god! I bet they hired a whole devoted team for character design and artwork for this. Oh my Jesus fucking Christ!
And hold
How
on.
horny would you like this game to be? Yes.
She was actually voiced by Marina Sirtis, which may sound familiar for fans of Star Trek The Next Generation because she played Deanna Troi. She was also Demona in Gargoyles TV show.
I bet she was making the moan. Knee slap, am I right?
And let me pull up Liara's father. Because yes, it was Matriarch Venezia who carried Liara, as you could tell.
I yeah, I'm yeah, I can very much tell.
So this is Liara's father. And
Smooth face.
she appears in Mass Effect 2. She runs her own bar on a planet that Liara ends up going to that is controlled by the Asari. But Athena, I think that was her name, is revealed to be her father in Mass Effect 3, but you can actually miss out on doing this if certain
Oh, so
events transpire.
fascinating. To get this straight, they're female presenting, but they do have specific like father mother roles though, if they choose to.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Well, I'm assuming the mother role would be whoever gets pregnant.
Gotcha. And so they have like conventional births or a lot. I mean, I don't think they've ever. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't.
I think they have. Yes, they pop them out of the pussy. Yes,
Okay,
as far as I'm
but they
concerned,
mind.
they mind
But they
fuck.
mind.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
fascinating.
yes. But the Asari will also do regular sex because there are sex scenes in Mass Effect 1.
Uh, I see.
And this was the only controversy for Mass Effect back in 2007 because Fox
uh,
News was like, this is heinous stuff. Why would they have this in a video game? Why would they do
oh,
this?
oh, is this basically like oh, where they were just like they're turning our kids gay and like they're fucking the Satan panic era Like it's like they're turning our kids against us. This is not very Christian.
I mean, yeah, especially on Fox News, and it was
Well, yeah,
also
it is Fox News.
it was also like 2007. People were still hating on video games.
This is true.
I think it was also still quite controversial because Liara is female presenting, and you can romance her as femshep. So basically, it's like the lesbian sex.
I see it as a win-win. Mass Effect is starting to sound like, damn, I can actually get me a Tau girlfriend and be okay at the other side.
so
It's not canon.
so heading back to the story, there are a couple of main missions that you can do interchangeably. One of them is on the planet of Pharos, which you get to fight a giant plant monster called the Thor something. Uh,
The Thesaurus?
Thorian? Thorian? It is the Thorian, yeah. Let me send a picture of the Thorian. So there's this guy, the Thorian, who's kind of like ruining shit for everyone, and while Geth are also running around.
What am I? What am I looking? Is that a hawk?
That's the Thorian.
That is a very. You know what that kind of looks like? It almost looks like the brain bug from Starship Troopers.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, that's the best. It's like a mix between that and like a heart.
And the Thorian will speak through this Asari named Shiala, and she's green because of what the Thorian does to her. She does come back in Mass Effect 2 briefly on Ilium, which is the planet with Liara and her dad.
Is her catchphrase? It ain't easy being green.
And unfortunately not. You can like flirt with her at one point in Mass Effect 2, and this has like prompted a lot of fans to be like, I want Shiala to be a romance option. But really I don't really see it. I don't really see the
Uh,
need. I mean,
what's the what?
yeah,
What's the
I like the green skin and the patterns on her face, but at the same time like there's really not much.
Listen, if you're wanting an Asari girlfriend, you're basically just wanting a Twi'lek in Mass Effect universe. That's the equivalent of this. Okay, you either got one or the other. You can't have both. Okay. Also, this girl right here, we all know why you're really flirting and want to romance her. You're trying to get with that fucking what's the giant? What was the alien that like telepathically like spoke through her?
The Thorian, the one above her.
The the Thorian. You just want that Thorian, all right? Listen, I see you out there. You just don't want to fucking admit it, but we all know you a little freak.
Now, what else? There's another planet called Novaria, which is like a snow planet, and this is where some other commerce and trade is done. You actually get to do some corporate espionage.
Really?
Yeah. You get to help this like private investigator arrest like a company CEO, and she does also turn back up on guess what? Ilium in the next game, and you get to help her arrest another person too.
Oh,
But after that, you have to on this planet is matriarch Benezia, and she's in a like testing facility. So you go all the way to the testing facility, and you discover that there's this particular bug-like alien race that's supposed to be long extinct.
oh no.
This bug alien race was such a threat to the galaxy over 1,000 years ago that the Citadel was like, there's only one race who can combat these creatures, and it was the Krogan. And the Council races, particularly the Turians and the Solarians, came to the Krogans and gave them the technology necessary to combat this alien threat. Which, come to find out, the reason why these bug aliens were going crazy anyway was because of the Reapers influencing them.
Ah.
So this led to the Krogan basically becoming technologically advanced once again and getting a little cocky because they're on multiple planets now and they're like, I think I want to colonize. And the Citadel was like, the fuck you will. And the Krogans were basically like, no, we deserve the right. We fought for you for like a long time against this threat. Oh, the Rachni, that's what they were called, the Rachni. We fought for a long time against the Rachni. We deserve this. And they were like, nope, nope. And the Krogan were like, you know what? Fuck you. And then something called the Krogan Rebellions happened.
Oh God.
And it was so violent that the Turians and the Solarians were like, there's only one way to end this. And they came up with something called the genophage. And the
Oh.
genophage basically neutered the Krogan. Like, only 1 in every 1,000 Krogan or something like that will survive birth.
Oh my God. So like it's just like, is it like a psychic device that causes this?
No. No. There's a giant tower in the middle of Tachanka that spreads this shit in the air.
Oh, so it's a biological
Yeah.
uh oh my God.
And
That's fucking horrible.
you
Oh my
remember
God.
the Solarian I shared with you earlier, Morden?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was one of the scientists who made it.
Oh God.
Yeah. And the first time it failed because the Krogan were evolving, and then they're like, nope, now we're gonna super neuter you. So they had to make a new strand of the genophage and deploy that shit.
Rank that shit up to 1,000
So for over 1,000 years, the Krogan have basically been neutered.
for 1,000 years,
For a
you said?
1,000 years on a sand-ridden planet.
And how long do like Krogans live for?
Oh, they live for a long time. They live for like
Oh,
1,000 years.
so it's not necessarily like, I mean, yes, it is detrimental because it's basically like, killing your entire race, but
Yeah,
slowly. But it hasn't been like, for us, like that would be like what, a decade to them, or so, you
yeah.
know,
The other problem
of
is
oppression.
the Krogan are a clan-based society, and they go to war with each other a lot. So they are killing each other while their birth rate is also rapidly declining. And a lot of them also
Gotcha.
like to leave Tachanka to become mercenaries.
Gotcha. That's very fascinating, and I think it's interesting that they chose like forced sterilization rather than just like outright genocide.
Mm.
And I guess it makes you really do think of like which one would have been better.
Yeah, that's
Like
actually a plot point for Mass Effect 2 and 3, where Shepard
really.
often argues with Mordin over the morality of the genophage. In fact, you can actually make Shepard quite in favor of it because that is the Paragon route.
Okay, okay. If I were to ask you this, if you were a citizen of the Citadel, or a council member of the Citadel, what is your political opinion of the genophage?
I would have just let the Krogan colonize. But I still would have put like restrictions on like their colonization, like, okay, you can't go past this certain point.
I say let them fuck.
But yeah, wrapping back. So we get to this facility, and it is discovered that Matriarch Benezia is there, like we talked about, with her Asari commandos. Also, by the way, Asari can also live up to 1,000 years.
Gotcha.
And Benezia is like I briefly mentioned, she's under the control of Sovereign, which is the Reaper, and she's able to break free of that control momentarily before dying to basically like tell us what Saren's plans are. And then we
Gotcha.
have one last thing to deal with because the picture I just sent you is of the Rachni Queen. And the Rachni Queen uses a dead corpse of one of the Asari commandos to talk to us. And
Oh.
basically explains like she's like, look, I promise I'm not going to do anything evil if you let me go because the Rachni were actually quite peaceful, and our song, because the Rachni speak in song, was disturbed by a greater force. And as Shepard, you can either kill the queen or let it go.
Well, you said that like the second Mass Effect carries over your choices,
Yes.
right? Is there a canonic ending for this?
Technically, yes, there is a brief mention. You do get to interact with a character who did interact with the Arachnite Queen. However, even if you do decide to kill the Arachnite Queen, there will be a Arachnite Queen that shows up in Mass Effect 3 anyway.
I
Because we
see.
gotta
Okay.
have another enemy type for the Reapers.
I
So,
was going I
yeah,
was going to say, is the greater force that disturbed their song the Reapers?
it was. Actually, I think I brought that up earlier. But it was.
Gotcha.
After we discover Saren's bigger motives, he is heading to a planet called Ilos, if I remember correctly. Now, this planet is an old, quote unquote, Prothean planet. It was controlled by the Protheans, and at first there are these ruins and kind of like these sarcophagi of old aliens that we presume was originally the the Protheans, which I'll actually send this picture. But these aliens were eventually retconned into a different race called the Inusanon, which was the race that preceded the Protheans.
Interesting. These guys, they almost kind of give me like space jockey vibes a
Mm.
little bit,
Yeah,
at least. Yeah.
here's a little close up picture of one of them.
Interesting.
Yeah, they are really interesting. So these were originally the Protheans until they were retconned, and we will get to meet a Prothean in Mass Effect 3 called Javik. I will actually send a picture of him now. Javik is a pretty great character. Like he has one of the most badass lines in just in general.
That is a different, like, they look so different. Uh
Yeah.
so like I'm guessing that's what they got updated to look like rather than
Yeah.
the original Mass Effect. I personally like the original Mass Effect look rather than this newer one,
I th-
but that's just me.
I think the reason why it changed was because in Mass Effect 2, these guys called the Collectors were introduced as one of the main bad guys.
Ah, I
They
see.
so
They
so
look pretty
mhm.
cool too.
So you know the husks we were talking about earlier? This
Yes.
is kind of like the Prothean equivalent to that.
Ah, okay.
So these are what the Reapers turn them into.
Oh, fascinating. They very much remind me of like Chimera a little bit, at least
Yeah.
how they look. Almost like I feel like you could write them into like the Resistance storyline and be like, yeah, these are like the guardians of like the towers and stuff like that. Like it's like a biomechanical type suit of armor that is worn or encased around them. You know,
Mm.
it's like a form of like a power armor suit.
It's
Um,
interesting you say that because I think through like a cosmetic DLC for Mass Effect 2 originally, you could get a collector armor set for Shepard.
That's pretty kick ass. Honestly, it's such a cool design. I like it.
Hmm. So we kind of pursue Saren on Ilos, and we're kind of like it's a race against time because at the same time, Saren, Sovereign, and the Geth are starting their attack on the Citadel, and they are met with Asari, Anturian, and Solarian forces guarding the Citadel. And Shepard and whoever you bring with you, it's kind of like cool if you bring Liara because she has a major autistic special interest in the Protheans, and if you bring her to interact with a old Prothean AI called Vigil, it's a really cool interaction, and I think it just makes sense. So you get to learn a bit more about the Protheans and Ilos and the old Reaper War that the Protheans fought in. And then that's it for Vigil. Used up the rest of his power and then he goes away.
Mm,
So then you get into your six-wheel car and you haul ass to the frickin' mass relay teleporter that sends you right into the Citadel. And now it's like you gotta frickin' climb up the wall on your grav boots with whoever you bring, and then you go and fight Saren in the council room. And here's something interesting: depending on the amount of good or bad stuff you do, it can also affect your final dialogue choices. In fact, there are many dialogue choices that are either Paragon choices that'll influence your Paragon rating, or Renegade options, or Renegade dialogue options that'll influence your Renegade rating. And depending on what you have more of, you can unlock certain dialogue options when you're talking to Saren at the end of the game. If you choose all of the Paragon options, you can make him shoot himself in the head.
Oh my fucking god, that's wild.
But that's not it. Because Sovereign is like, nah, fam. I'm just going to take control of the cybernetics in your body and make you attack Shepard. You know what? I actually just remembered I skipped over a whole important level, Philip. Vermeer.
What's that level?
People are probably like, wait a minute! You skipped Vermeer! Alright, let's talk about Vermeer. Vermeer is the level that you do before going to Ilos. I completely fucking forgot. It's kind of like a beach paradise world. Think of like the Halo ring,
Oh yeah.
like the first ring level for Halo when you're on the beach, or whichever one, I don't remember. You fight Geth and shit, but this is where you're also like, oh, we're gonna get Saren right here again, and some important things happen here because you can actually lose 2 squad mates on this level, depending.
Cool.
So this also ties into 3 side missions called loyalty missions. Rex, Garrus, and Tali have loyalty missions, and you can unlock these by interacting with them on the Normandy, talking to them, and learning about their backstory. If you do not do Rex's side loyalty mission, there is a good chance that the upcoming scene with him will go very wrong. Because, as it turns out, the facility that Saren is running on Vermeer is creating a cure for the genophage.
Oh.
And Rex is like, bruh, we can't destroy this facility. There's a cure for the genophage. And Shepard is like, we kind of have to. And things get tense between Shepard and Rex. But if you choose the right options and if you did the loyalty mission, Rex will back down. But if he doesn't, he'll get shot by Ashley.
Oh. Oh.
Or I think it was like whoever you choose. But yeah, usually I make sure that Rex is alive because if he is alive, he'll go on to become the leader of the Grogan. And
Oh.
the other option is kind of poopy stinky. So
Yeah. I also think that other option is indeed poopy stinky.
now when you attack the facility, you can split up your team and give the Solarian captain there one of your team members, and you can choose between Caden and Ashley. And it kind of depends on like some other decisions you make, but one of them will die. Either Ashley will die or Caden will die. And this will kind of affect things going forward, especially when it comes to Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3, but more importantly, Mass Effect 3, in relation to the Vermeer survivor and
Mm,
whoever you're romancing at this time.
gotcha.
Also, the facility gets fucking nuked. Anyway, back to the end of the game. So you fight Saren and you kill him again. But I think partway through this, the human military will arrive, and I forget if it's after or before you have to fight Saren. Shepard will like you have 2 options. You can either have the humans focus on attacking Sovereign, or at the cost of the Citadel fleet and the Council members getting killed,
Mm,
or you can have some of the human ships pull back and help the Council with the Geth and spare the 3 councilmen.
gotcha.
Some people don't like to spare the Council because they're assholes. That was the first decision I made on my first playthrough.
I love making those decisions when people are assholes. It's my favorite.
However, I think saving the council leads to some funny dialogue in the next couple of games because you get to basically be like, I fucking told you so about the Reapers. Because even after the Citadel being attacked by Sovereign, they still deny the existence of Reapers. Like, ah, yes, Reapers. We dismissed that claim years ago. That was obviously Geth technology. You're fucking insane, Commander Shepard. Why should we give you back your Spectre status?
Ah, yes, Reapers. The immortal race of sentient starships allegedly waiting in dark space. We have dismissed that claim.
But basically, you destroy Sovereign. He crashes in, or part of him crashes into the Citadel tower, and it kind of does that like false thing where it's like, oh, Shepard, he was killed. But then, oh no, he's actually still alive. And then the music on the Legendary Edition peaks in volume and ear rapes you.
Oh god.
And then, before the game ends, Shepard can actually choose how to restructure the council after this event. Because now they're like, well, humanity really did come in and save our butts. I guess we can have them on the council. So
I guess I'll let you on the council.
I think if you let the council die, you can restructure it so that it's an all human council. But this really has no
Oh,
greater effect on the game.
human supremacy.
Human supremacy. I mean, there's like some like background dialogue and some interactions with the other council and Citadel races about like
Really?
choosing to do an all human council, but it has like no greater effect, really,
Really? Huh.
especially on Mass Effect
Interesting.
3. But if you choose to do the regular council with a human counselor, because now the humanity is part of the council, you have the option between Admiral Anderson and Representative Udina.
Hmm.
Now, Udina is, of course, the politician, and he's kind of an asshole. We don't really like him. Anderson is the guy that we've known for a long time and we can trust, but he's not really the political type. You actually do have the option to be like, let the people decide.
Yeah.
You still have to decide later on. Mass Effect 2 will not pick whoever randomly. No, you have to pick it yourself when you load into Mass Effect 2.
Gotcha.
So what's the fucking point?
There is no point.
Either way, Anderson is kind of like a weak counselor, but Udina knows how to go through all of that. But he's still like a cranky old asshole who's like these fucking aliens and fucking bullshit. Trying to
Hmm.
curb humanity after all we done for them. And that's Mass Effect 1. 2 hours in.
Oh my god. But I will say I feel like these were a lot of these questions were just about background information about certain events as well as like just general like alien species too. So
Yeah. There's a bit that I can still cover about some of the main races before I try to zoom through 2 and 3 if we have some more time for that.
yeah, let's quickly go over it and then we can hit the last two games quickly.
So, the Turians, they are a militaristic race. Their home planet is called Palaven, and aside from humanity, they are the largest military power in the galaxy. And
Gotcha.
they have an interesting bit of lore that I think is wasted in the games. So, as the Turians started to become a spacefaring race, they went out and they colonized. Now, the colonists started to grow their own identities, right? And
Right.
let's just say this caused a domino effect to where the Turians fell into a intergalactic civil war or interplanetary civil war. I don't know, but just a big civil war, right? And as you saw on like Nihilus and Garrus, they have different face markings and colors. And this is basically to signify what colony and clan and they come from. And some Turians still wear those colors and marks as a symbol of pride, and that they might shun other Turians for what colony they belong to and stuff like that. Because after the Civil War, they did reunify, but there's still like that like tension between them.
Right, right.
There is not a single goddamn interaction in the game between Garrus and another Turian when it comes to their facial markings.
Oh yeah.
Wasted potential.
Wasted potential.
The Solarians, they are there. They're the most scientifically savvy of the aliens.
Right.
And we go to their home planet of Surkesh in Mass Effect 3. It's pretty alright. Very, very jungly. And that's kind of about it.
So, but like, other than the one character that we do get,
Morden,
he's
yeah.
not Morden. Yeah, like we don't get more than that.
I mean, we
Of
do have Captain Kirrahe in the first game, and he can die. I don't know how to save him on Vermeer, but you can save him, and he does appear in Mass Effect 3. If
huh,
Morden dies in Mass Effect 2, which we'll get to that, another Solarian will take over his role in Mass Effect 3, and he does have some unique stuff to him too.
okay. Well,
But
that's
yeah,
not that they don't get much more than that.
we do have some like there's the Solarian counselor. There's also the Dalatras, who is the leader of the Solarians. Like we do interact with quite a few of them, but it's like when it comes to like the intrigue, like the other aliens have, like the Krogan and the Asari and the Turians, I think they're just kind of like the least interesting, at least to me.
Well, to be fair too, they also look a little boring to me,
Yeah,
like design
they
wise.
are kind of like basic bitch aliens.
They're the science team
We're the
of
science
Mass
team.
Effect.
No, I'm with the science team.
I say that when the Asari are just humans but blue and tentacle hair.
But yeah, that sucks though. I wish they got more.
Yeah, me too, a little bit. So Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 released January 26, 2010 in North America on the Xbox 360 and PC, with a PS3 release the following year on January 18th in North America. Directed by Casey Hudson, with Mac Walters and Drew Karpashine as the lead writers, and music done by Jack Wall, Jimmy Hinson, Sam Hewlett, and David Cates. And previous games soundtrack, I forgot to mention, was done by Jack Wall, Sam Hewlett, Richard Jacques, and David Cates. And this other little blurb I forgot to mention was the game by January 2008 sold 1.5 million copies, making it one of BioWare's and the 360's most successful games at that time.
Oh,
So, Philip, Mass Effect 2 is kind of like the Resistance 2 for Mass Effect in that the idea is to go bigger and better.
okay. Is it also where Resistance 2 also did away with a lot of features from previous game that
Yeah. Yeah.
oh no.
It has a totally revamped combat system, which I know that I skipped out on the gameplay for the story, but maybe in a part 2 we'll talk about the actual gameplay and the development and all that stuff. Here we're just going to talk about story and characters and races, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, there was a revamp of gameplay. The class system was simplified, and we went from infinite ammo guns to clips with limited ammo.
Oh,
In fact, this is actually brought up in the game, like, and we'll get to why. But another thing is, we had 6 squad mates at first. Now that has just kind of doubled, really, at least a little bit.
oh,
So, Mass Effect 2 begins. It's been a couple months afterwards. Shepard is kind of dedicated his time to trying to find out what the whole Reaper threat is about. Like now they are completely obsessed with this. You do retain some of your crew on the Normandy, like you still have Caden if he's still alive, Ashley if she's still alive, and Liara. If you romance Liara, she's the primary character who will help you out in this opening sequence. Because the Normandy gets attacked by the collectors in their giant fucking ship.
I remember the collectors, what you from what you told me
Yep.
earlier.
This is their ship.
Why does it look like a bastard version of the Citadel?
I wonder why, Phillip. I wonder why. Could it be because they were both made by the Reapers? Anyway. So the Normandy gets attacked by this, and it's up to you to help everybody evacuate, and you help evacuate like Liara if she's your romance option, and I think it's kind of assumed that your other squad mates like Liara and Tali and Garrus and Rex are also on the ship. If Rex is still alive, of course. If they're still on the ship, they do get out alive. And the last person you try to get out is Joker. You get him onto the escape pod, but you are left behind. And the ship blows up, and you start hurtling towards the planet below, and you burn up, and sad piano music plays, and then boom, title card, Mass Effect 2.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
And then if you have
That's it? That's the oh fuck! What does he say?
that's it.
Uh,
That's the opening.
yeah.
that was the last episode of SpongeBob SquarePants.
That's it? That's the last episode? That was just a bunch of cheap walk cycles! What a rip!
But yes, and let's just say the following events in the comics are kind of crazy, but we're not going to talk about the comics, at least in this episode. Let's just say that 2 years pass. The group that we talked about previously, Cerberus, has obtained your body, and uh, let's just say that there was really nothing left to Shepard, but they try their damn best to rebuild him. At
Oh.
least Miranda Lawson does. She's part of Cerberus, and she will become one of your squad mates. And I am going to send a picture of Miranda. There's Miranda.
Oh.
She is voiced by Yvonne Strahovski, who at the time was on the show called Chuck.
Gotcha.
She was also in the movie The Predator, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, I just found that out today. I was like, damn, it
So
was her.
so basically, Shepard becomes the $1 million man, or
Eh,
tries to. They try to.
Yeah. Also, yes, Miranda is a romance option.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And she's Australian.
Even better. Liam, stop. You don't have to keep convincing me.
And you do get to see her in her bra.
Foaming at mouth.
Anyway, she basically helms the project to repair Shepard, and this thing costs like billions of dollars. And it takes 2 years to reconstruct them. However,
Right.
the facility that Shepard is being rebuilt in gets attacked by rogue robots. And the robots were reprogrammed by a temporary squad mate. This game's Jenkins, who was voiced by Steve Bloom. And
Oh yeah.
along the way, you get introduced to a permanent squad mate for this game named Jacob Taylor. Jacob, like Miranda, uses biotics, and you'll come to find out that the biotic users in this game either have similar or different biotic abilities, which makes it fun to change them up. They also use different kinds of weapons too.
Mm.
So once we get to like the shuttle bay area with Jacob and Steve Bloom, the door opens and Miranda shoots Steve Bloom in the head. And Shepard's like, wow, what a great first impression of Miranda, right? Like, she's a vicious bitch. But as the game goes on, we find out that there's more to Miranda, and that she's actually she's kind of a nice person a little bit. She's still a little vicious. Like in the comics, you can see that she goes to many great lengths to accomplish her goal. She talks about her backstory a lot, especially when you're pursuing her as a romance option. She'll talk about the fact that she was genetically created in basically a test tube, that everything about her was made with a purpose, including her looks, that she has like an edge to everything.
Mm.
So she's almost like Miss Perfect, but still not the most perfect thing, especially up in the head. She also has a twin sister, which looks nothing like her. And I mean, That might sound weird. You might say, well, it could be like non-identical, but nope. She describes her sister as being totally 100% identical, and she is not.
Gotcha.
And kind of like in the last game, we also get loyalty missions for our squad mates, and everyone gets a loyalty mission, and you have to do these to achieve a total 100% success in the last mission of the game.
Really?
Yep.
Does like for you, was that frustrating, or did you find it like
Uh, it can be easy if you do know what you're doing. Like it's actually like kind of simple. A lot of people wish there was more challenge to the last mission. In the
gotcha?
so the game is kind of divided up into two parts, or at least two acts. And that was kind of done on purpose because of the size of the game. Like they had to divide it up into two discs on physical copies for a while.
Mm,
So in the first half, you get Miranda and Jacob as your squad mates, and then you get introduced to the elusive man, who is played by Michael Sheen, and he is the head of Cerberus, and he's
gotcha.
basically giving you all the resources you need to stop the Reaper threat, and basically discover if the collectors are related to it or not, because the collectors have apparently been kidnapping humans across many
Mm,
colonies, and the council is
really?
doing jack squat about it. And the elusive man has quite the history that actually goes back to the First Contact War, because he is a veteran of the First Contact War, and he don't like aliens that much. He finds them to be useful sometimes, but still don't like them that much.
Hmm.
So he gives you a list of dossiers for the first half of the game, and on it, if you also have the DLC for two squad mates, because yes, Philip, we have DLC, and Mass Effect 1 also had DLC too. Garrus comes back, aka Archangel in this game, because over this period of time, he went to a place called Omega, and this is basically Tatooine, but but it's kind of like Mos Eisley, and it's like hub of scum and villainy. And Garrus has basically become a vigilante, attacking three criminal groups called like the Blood Pack, the Blue Suns, and Eclipse. And the Blue Suns was actually founded by one of the squad mates that we'll get when we go to Omega, called Zaid Masani, who was voiced by Robin Sachs. May he rest in peace.
And so Garrus is just doing this shit on his own now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Hmm.
Morden Solus, we also get on Omega because he has his own clinic there, and he's trying to help cure a disease that's been introduced there that does not affect humans. So a lot of the aliens that are affected are blaming humans for bringing the virus into this area. But you also meet a particular character who, if I scroll down, I do remember her name, but I'm trying to look for her voice actress. Carrie Ann Moss, who you may know as Trinity from The Matrix, voices this character named Arya Taloke.
Oh, okay.
And you don't fuck
She
with Arya.
I'm the boss, CEO, queen, if you're feeling dramatic. It doesn't matter. Omega has no titled ruler and only one rule. Don't fuck with Arya.
I like it. Easy to remember.
If you forget, someone will remind you.
as in
Both.
both. Ah, I see.
Except Morden is the only one who has fucked with Arya
Oh.
and survived.
Oh.
That sly fucking dog.
That's
Now,
live.
depending on the choices you do make, because there is a DLC with Arya in Mass Effect 3 where you get to have her as a temporary squad mate, depending on the choices you make, she can kiss Shepard on the lips at one point.
Oh, would did you think that's more of just like fan service than anything?
Kind of.
Or yeah.
People are like, that counts as a romance option, but to me, I'm like, not really.
That counts. That counts.
That
That counts.
counts!
That
That
counts.
counts! Yeah, we get Saeed, Garrus, and Morden on this one. If we go to the Citadel, we get another DLC squad mate named Kasumi. And she's probably one of the more unique squad mates because she can turn invisible, has a really cool DLC loyalty mission. It's kind of like a Mission Impossible movie, really.
Mm.
And she has a kind of a really tragic backstory because she and her old lover Keiji were like thieves together, like romantical thieves. And there is a comic that explains Keiji's demise.
Oh, she looks very much like what's the race of Tali again?
Koreans.
Korean. She's very much got like a Korean outfit on, other than like the rebreather or like
Mm.
environmental suit that she wears. I'm very curious if the like if she's ever done any like dealings with like Assyrians.
But depending on if Kasumi survives, she will reappear in Mass Effect 3 for a side mission. And kind of about it. She's not a romance option, and she doesn't really have a whole lot of dialogue that you can go through. There are some characters on the ship that you can talk to in like dialogue trees. However, Kasumi and Zaid do not have dialogue trees on the ship. You can go up to them, press on them, and they'll say something, but that's kind of like the greatest extent.
Gotcha.
But we have a good sizable chunk of companions or squad mates at this point. And right now, we have encountered something that the collectors have, which is like a swarm of bugs that will attack us easily. And Morden kind of creates this. Oh, I think I remember another squad mate that we get, but let me finish explaining this part. Morden's task at this point in the game is to basically create a shield against this swarm. And when he does, we have to go back to Eden Prime and reunite with the Vermeer survivor. But another squad mate retrieval mission is to retrieve a Krogan named Warlord Okir. But Warlord Okir dies at the end of this mission, and instead we are left with his ultimate creation. Everyone's favorite Krogan, aside from Rex, Grunt, voiced by Steve Blum.
Grunt. I like his armor compared to Rex's. It's much more smooth and he almost looks like a fucking elite with his armor.
Mm. He's definitely more reptilian, and I like the rocky crest that he has on his forehead. I think he has a pretty cool
Oh yeah.
design, I will say. I don't use him a whole lot in the game, but I think he's still pretty cool. He's very funny. Now, we go to Eden Prime, and we get a little reunion with the Vermeer survivor, whether that be Caden or Ashley. And we have a falling out with them because they can't believe that we're working with Cerberus. Even if it is for the good of the galaxy, they're like, nah, Shepard, you fucking betrayed us. How dare you work with terrorists?
Shepard's just working for like ISIS or the IRA.
Please, we have to free Ireland. Not like this,
And
Shepard. Not like
but
this.
they're like, Shepard, what are you talking about? Ireland, it must be free. And he sets off, and like that's how he wins the fight. Is like we fucking putting car bombs, or well, I guess in this case, like ship bombs or whatever.
Hmm.
And you start hearing fucking just like oh, what's the fucking ye blacks and tans?
Come on, shake a leg and tans, come out and fight me like a man.
Yeah.
Now, if Rex is still alive and if Grunt is still alive, they will also have some fun interactions in the Citadel DLC for Mass Effect 3, but we'll get to that later. So, after this another encounter on Eden Prime and another encounter with the Collectors and our one of our first interactions with the sort of background villain of this game named Harbinger. Harbinger is another Reaper, but he is not present in the galaxy at this moment. But he is in control of the Collectors. And he's got like a fucking beef with Shepard. Like he has all these voice lines that like, "This will hurt you, Shepard. Assuming direct control. I am taking control of this form. You will die, Shepard. You will die." It gets very annoying. So then we get to the second act of the game, where we get another list of dossiers from the elusive man, and Shepard is kind of like, I think you're holding back some information from me. And Lucifer's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Go find these dudes. They'll help you out.
Go find these 3 big dudes.
So here we get access to another part of the galaxy, and we get access to Ilium, which is kind of like an interesting commerce planet that has very interesting indentured servitude laws.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You don't say.
Yeah. Like I said, the Asari, very shady people. But here we get reintroduced to Liara, and she's like, "Holy shit, Shepard, you're still alive after 2 years." And you can rekindle your romance with her if you were romancing her before. In fact, she's the only character from Mass Effect 1 you can completely do a romance with through all 3 games.
Really? That's fascinating.
And this is even extended in the Shadow Broker DLC for Mass Effect 2, which has Liara as a temporary companion. So, on Ilium, we do not get Liara back as a squad mate, but we can do a side quest for her, which you don't really need to do if you immediately go into the Shadow Broker DLC. So you can bypass that. But here, we can do quests to get Thane Krios, who is like an assassin type that also uses biotics, but he also uses sniper rifle like weapons.
Gotcha. He's very bug-like looking, almost, with the like his kind of like carapace like skin on his like. Well, it's not carapace, but just like he's very like looking to me. It's very interesting.
He's very bug sounding too, I will say.
Oh, is he bug sounding
A
too?
little bit, yeah. He has a very unique voice filter.
He's a bug man. I'm a bug man, and I sell bugs.
He's part of a race that I don't remember the name of, but their planet was kind of dying, and the Hanar took their race in, but they can't really survive that well on their planet because of like it's a very watery and humid planet. And
Gotcha.
Thane is the one with Kepler syndrome. And
What's the Kepler syndrome again?
Kepler
Is that the one with the bug?
No. This is completely different. I was mixing them up earlier. So Joker has the brittle bone disease, and Thane has Kepler syndrome. And I forget what Kepler syndrome exactly was, but Thane is dying.
Gotcha.
And these are kind of like his last moments. And he is a romance option for Femshep, which makes his romance story going from Mass Effect 2 to Mass Effect 3 tragic.
Yeah, of course, if he's fucking dying, yeah. That's why we have to romance him every fucking time, because he's a charity case. And listen, the Citadel gets tax-free funds on charitable events such as dating the critically ill, fatally ill.
Jacob
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, Jacob is also another romance option for Femshep, but he is the worst one.
Oh.
He cheats on you?
No fucking way. Has basically like super cancer, and then fucking
No.
Well, it's not super.
I said Jacob, not Thane.
Oh, Jacob. No, never mind.
Yeah, Jacob, the black character, cheats on you. Also has daddy issues.
Oh my fucking god.
BioWare, ladies and gentlemen.
BioWare, absolute cinema.
Absolute racism. Anyway, also on Ilium, we get we get her.
Oh.
We get her.
Okay. Her face, not as great. Everything else.
That's what I thought initially when I saw her years ago. But
you know,
she grew
I'll
up.
be honest with you. These fucking these BioWare artists really put a lot of detail into Asari like chest regions. Like, for example, she's got fucking freckles everywhere. Like this, and like they're a little bit droopier than other characters that we've seen.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Uh-huh.
Okay. The second image, that one's a little bit better. I like that. You've changed my mind.
Uh-huh.
BioWare, BioWare, you fucking dogs.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. She's not a romance option.
Lame.
Yeah.
Lamest the whole way. And see, listen, Liam, this is how the downfall of BioWare happened.
They didn't make Samara a freaking romance option.
Yeah.
And then you find out that she's voiced by Billie Eilish's mom.
No fucking way. Are you serious?
Maggie Baird, yeah.
Could you imagine? It's just like, listen, honey, you need to follow in my fucking footsteps.
You need big breasts too.
big breasts, and you need to be an alien.
An alien. Well, yeah. The thing with Samara is that you can try to pursue her, and she almost gives in, but she's like, no, I have my code.
Nah.
I have my Just a Car code.
Fucking BioWare was just like, we'll give them the hook, and we'll start pulling them in, and we'll yank that shit away from them at the.
They really did. Fucking assholes. Introduced this fucking hot baddie and got me fucking thirsted over here, and I'm like, you motherfuckers.
You sons of bitches.
Now, Samara is she's a very interesting and I guess complex character too. She's something that the Asari call a Justicar, and they're kind of like enforcers of the law in Asari space.
Mm.
They like to do things with extreme prejudice, and they also live by the Asari code, which is also kind of complex. And through the code, Samara basically dedicates herself to Shepard until the end of the mission. And her loyalty mission is that she has a daughter who is something called an Ardat Yakshi, which is basically a super rapist.
Oh my god.
That will violently kill you the Asari way by violently mind melding with you. The fuck
god.
thing is you can actually kill Samara and have her daughter Morinth take over as her, and you can romance Morinth and die.
What the fuck? BioWare's just like, they're gonna love this. They'll see how we were cooking with this. They think they can get it, but no.
And there's Morinth.
They can't.
As you can see, she's kind of a carbon copy of her mom.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's not voiced by Billie Eilish. After this, you can get Tali as a companion, which is great. You can also get a Geth as a squad mate too, which leads to some tense moments between Tali and our good boy Legion.
That's cool.
Now Legion he's kind of interesting because he is technically the embodiment and the representative of the Geth consciousness, particularly a part of the Geth that didn't align themselves with the Reapers. And he has a chunk of Shepard's old N7 armor on him, which the artist and I think it was the writer behind Legion in this game, wasn't really a fan of that design, but they like really pushed for it anyway, without giving an explanation as to why Legion had it. So the writer simply wrote like a dialogue exchange between Shepard and Legion that was like Shepard being like, "So why are you wearing my old armor?" And Legion just goes, "There was a hole."
All kinds of organics fought Sovereign and his Geth allies. Why am I so interesting?
You were the most successful. You killed their god. You succeeded where others did not. Your code is superior.
That doesn't explain why you use my armor to fix yourself.
There was a hole.
But why didn't you fix it sooner? Or with something else?
No data available.
I could have seen it as like, when he got destroyed or really damaged by when the collectors attacked, right? I could see like him like just like scavenging it maybe or happening by it maybe. That would have been a better explanation than like, oh, a hole needed to be filled,
I think there
you know.
I think there might be a bigger explanation. You might not be wrong that maybe like because the Geth took such an interest in Shepard that they just scavenged part of his armor.
Mm.
But when you do get Legion as a squad mate, it happens at a very important time, and this important time puts you on a timer. Um, I forget if there were any more squad mates. Oh yeah, Jack! I completely forgot about fucking Jack. You get her in Act 1. All right, I'm gonna make up for it. Let's talk about Jack. Jack is pretty fucking cool. She starts off as basically an aggressive, cranky bitch, but then she'll grow on you as you like grow your relationship with her.
Oh yeah.
She's also a pretty. Now I haven't done her as a romance option, but she is a pretty sweet romance option. I do like the relationship that you have with her if you go down that path. And I think it is affected if you are either a renegade or a paragon shepherd.
Hmm.
But let me send you a picture of Jack. She is voiced by Courtney Taylor, by the way. I think I'm just gonna send you a picture of her in Mass Effect 3 because I definitely like her design in that one better.
She's like my South American gang member girlfriend. So it's either that or she's like, yes, this is my cyberpunk girlfriend. Oh my fucking god. Again, an enhanced image. It looks like BioWare artists really went over with this design that you
Oh
can
yeah,
partially,
the frickin' perky nipples. Yeah.
yeah. They're really not they're not leaving a single thing to imagination, huh?
No. What's funny is if you cheat on Liara with Jack, there is a funny exchange of dialogue in Mass Effect 3 on this mission where because Liara becomes a person called the Shadow Broker who was introduced in Mass Effect 1 and they hold like they basically control a Mr. House like network across the galaxy and basically hold the deepest darkest secrets of all the important characters that you come across.
Really? Huh.
And Liara will become the Shadow Broker through the DLC. And through this dialogue exchange, Liara will basically be like, your first actual name is Samantha. Do you want me to reveal your last name too?
How many times did I tell you not to trust Cerberus?
You're not telling me anything I haven't told myself, Jack.
Oh, you feel bad? Well, shit. I bet that's a big comfort to all the people Cerberus has killed. I'd forgotten how angry she was. Whereas I barely remember you at all, Blue. Your real first name is Jennifer. I can find your last name if you ask politely.
Huh.
But yeah, Jack is pretty kick-ass, and she is one of the more powerful biotic characters of your group. She
Oh yeah.
was supposed to be a squad mate in Mass Effect 3, which is why she has this redesign, but Mass Effect 3's development.
Doesn't end up like that.
No.
Hmm.
So now we have our squad mates, and Legion is vitally the one you should do last. His mission requires you to obtain something called the Reaper IFF. And the Reaper IFF allows you to go through something called the Omega 4 Relay, which takes you to the Collector Base, which is in the center of the Milky Way, where there's nothing but goddamn black holes and ships, carcasses of ships. And Mass Effect 2 also gives you the options to upgrade your ship, which you should do for the final fight, otherwise, characters will die and your ship will be heavily damaged. And the best way to do this is to go resource hunting by going to different planets and throwing freaking pods at it and getting and collecting resources. And that is how you upgrade your ship.
Nice.
So the Reaper IFF was the last thing you needed. And it's during this time where you could do like maybe a couple of DLC missions if you want, or a couple of other side missions. And then it's like, hey, ship, we have this important mission to do on this planet that needs the whole squad,
The whole gang.
the whole gang, right? So you don't get to play this mission, as cool as that sounds. No. What do you think happens, Philip? You know, the Normandy is stuck up in space with the rest of the crew that you have. What do you think
Right.
happens?
Does it blow the fuck up?
No, but I'm just gonna say no. But what do you think shows up?
The Reapers,
Not the Reapers. Close.
the
The
Collectors.
Collectors show up, and they board the Normandy, and they start taking every single crew member hostage, except for Joker, because Joker, he's kind of a smart boy. He's walking around right now, trying to be careful not to break any bones, while the ship's AI Edie, who is voiced by Trisha Helfer, who you may know as Number 6 on Battlestar Galactica.
Yep.
She's helping Jeff get around the ship. You can fail in this part, by the way, and it is
Oh,
a
really?
hassle to replay every time you die because checkpoints are very sparse. But if you get through it, Jeff does survive, and I kind of forgot what the whole point of this mission was, of like getting the Reapers off or something like that, or the Collectors off. But what you need to know is the whole crew gets kidnapped. Jeff is alive. The squad comes back, and Shepard's like, "Damn, that sucks, but you did all you could, Joker."
Damn, that's crazy. You did everything you could.
Now you're on another timer, because if you do other missions and if you take too long, certain members of your certain crew members will start dying. And there are some crew members that you can interact with around the ship and get side missions from. Like there's the two like Scottish engineers down in the engine room. There's the chef who's also the ship's custodian. Dr. Chakwas is back too. And there is your there's the lady who checks your email, Kelly Chambers. You can also fuck her, but she'll feed your fish afterwards.
Well, at least she'll do that for you.
So the only person who will survive this, no matter what you do, is Dr. Chakwas. If you do the last mission immediately, if you have everything upgraded, if you have your squad mates' loyalty missions done, which, yeah, it's very much advised that you do Legion's loyalty mission right after you get Legion. In fact, I think the game kind of like strong arms you into doing it. Like, if you do Legion's loyalty mission right after, it'll just boom, kidnap crew sequence afterwards. But if you have all that done, you are now ready for the suicide mission.
And what is entailed in the suicide mission?
You must plan accordingly. You must create fire teams to push through the collector base. And you have to pick certain characters to lead the teams, right? And some of them might sound right. Like one of the first teams, you might pick Zaid because of his bounty hunter nature and being the founder of the Blue Suns, right? Wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do that. I did that. And I got Kasumi killed. No, what you need to pick, and your best option, you actually have 3 correct options for like one of the first main fire teams. And I pick Garrus every time. He is one of the correct options. There's also someone that you have to send into the vents, which helps the fire team and yourself proceed to a certain point. The best options to send, I believe, are Tali, Kasumi, and I think Legion. Jacob actually offers himself to go into the vents. Do not do this. He will die. Jacob will die.
I wonder why he died.
Because he's stupid. And you kind of have to do this again as you're progressing through the level, I think. And I kind of forgot what the other options were. But you also get to pick whoever squad mates you want to bring with you. And it does kind of matter on a couple of these ones because there's at one point where you are being attacked by the collector swarm. And there's like an abundance of the collector swarm, and the only character that can help protect you and the 2 other squad mates that you have with you has to be a very powerful biotic. And now there are only 2 characters that you would want to pick for this: Jack and Samara. Miranda and Thane and Jacob are also biotics, but they're weak sauce. Even though Miranda canonically is like a very powerful biotic, But Jack and Samara are like your two best options. They will get through this, or get y'all through this. But then you're on the final stretch, and well, you're met with a big surprise at the end. Philip, what can you guess is this big surprise at the end? Because I think I forgot to mention, because they've been collecting humans, and there's a purpose for why they're collecting these humans.
Does it have to relate to like the Reapers turning people or like organics into more Reapers?
That is correct. That is actually very correct. Allow me.
See, I was paying attention.
Very, very good. Very good. Would you like a cookie?
I would love a freaking cookie. Give me that snickerdoodles. Yoink.
Because they are turning the humans into this abomination.
Oh my god. So is that a Reaper or is like
This is the typical Reaper. That is what they're making. Right, in Mass Effect 2.
so is it like a human type of Reaper?
Yep.
Okay.
They really fucking hate Shepard.
Yeah, they fucking do. And so basically that orange shit, I guess, is just like the essence of the humans that they've converted.
Yes. That is human goop.
Yes.
And if you get to the base too late, you can actually watch as the humans get turned into goop.
Oh boy, I love a good goop session, isn't that right? Don't you, Liam?
Kelly Chambers gets melted down into goop right before your very eyes.
Billions
Except for
must
Dr. Chocolate. She
survive.
survives. Actually, I forgot to share a picture of Dr. Chocolate too. This is our gilf, Dr. Chocolate.
Yeah, I'm sorry, she's just not like the Asari that I've come to know. I can see where BioWare artists favored people and others not.
So you destroy the Human Reaper, kind of, because you get a little phone call from the Elusive Man, who's like, "Yo, Shepard, good job, buddy. Hey, by the way, can you like not destroy the collector base so that we can come over and get it?"
I'll bring over my 2009 Toyota Tacoma and I'll pick it up. Just give me a minute.
And you have two options, right? You could be like, you know what, I kind of see the benefit of keeping the Human Reaper for research purposes. You know, I kind of see that. Or you could be like, fuck no. And if you say fuck no, and if you have Miranda with you, the Elusive Man would be like, Miranda, please talk some sense into him. And Miranda's like, you know what, fuck you. Consider this my resignation.
We'll fight and win without it. I won't let fear compromise who I am.
Miranda, do not let Shepard destroy the base.
Or what? You'll replace me next?
I gave you an order, Miranda.
I noticed. Consider this my resignation.
Damn. Damn.
So you haul ass out of there, and hope, pray to God no one died along the way. So you get like super good ending, right? You get out of there, the collector base blows up, and that is the end of the main story for Mass Effect 2. But we're not done yet. Because if you want to play this game in a particular sequence of events, the very next thing you would do is the Arrival DLC. This is the best way to cap off your playthrough for Mass Effect 2 if you want to go right into Mass Effect 3. Because this mission has you genocide a colony of Batarians.
Oh my god.
And you get brought up on war crimes in Mass Effect 3 for this shit. If you played the DLC.
So basically, we go from basically saving humanity to like, yes, fuck them aliens.
Fuck them aliens. Thank God that you stopped the Reaper invasion, the early Reaper invasion, Shepard. And I'm sorry that we had to sacrifice those Batarians too. Batarians? Question mark?
Oh yeah, the whole entire race sacrificed themselves to stop basically the collectors from creating what is the equivalent of like T-800 fucking Terminator.
The actual mission entails Admiral Anderson calling you up and be like, "Hey, buddy, I got this old friend who was doing some spec ops on a Batarian colony, and she's been captured. Her name is Dr. Kenson. And she was working on this project that was actually studying the Reapers, and they might actually believe that the Reaper invasion might actually be coming earlier than expected." So, of course, this is right up Shepard's alley because, he has a special autistic interest in the Reapers. So he goes to the colony, fucks up some Batarians, gets back to Dr. Kenson. Dr. Kenson brings Shepard to the research facility that's on a fucking meteorite. And turns out, because they've been exposed to a piece of Reaper technology, they are being indoctrinated by the Reapers.
Oh.
AKA mind controlled, just like Saren and just like Matriarch Benezia in the last game. Except, Shepard, he's kind of immune to this for whatever reason. But, So you play through the rest of this fuck-ass DLC, and once you get to the end, Dr. Kenson is kind of saying some fuck-ass shit, where she's like, "I won't be able to see the beauty of the Reapers because I'll die, and you'll just die!" Like, what the fuck is that shit? So, here's your option, Philip, or the only choice you have, to stop this Reaper invasion that is inevitable. You have to launch the meteorite at the Batarian colony's mass relay to blow the mass relay up. And you get two options. You could either call in the Normandy for a pickup, or you could warn the colony. Both will be cut off halfway through, so it doesn't really matter. It just makes you feel a little better that you were trying to warn the Batarians.
This will look good on my trial in the next game.
Oh, yeah,
Smiles
yeah.
at camera.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking, hey, this little meteorite trick, I learned this from history class about my own planet, and dinosaurs said hello. Or tell the dinosaurs I said hello. Oh.
So, as you launch this into the mass relay, the Normandy's coming in, and a hologram of Harbinger appears. And Harbinger's like, "You have only delayed the inevitable. Bye-bye!" So, Shepard gets picked up, and a little later, Admiral Anderson comes on board, and he's like, "Shepard, the mass relay you blew up." Actually, Shepard gets to see this on the freaking hologram table that he has. He gets to watch as the mass relay blows up and basically wipes out this solar system.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that
thousands dead.
Billions must go into pods.
Billions must slumber. And so Admiral Anderson is like, the Batarians are not going to like the Shepard. They already hate humanity. And they're probably going to want your head on a pike. So, you're under arrest, technically. We're going to let you finish up whatever the fuck you're doing, and then you're going to haul your ass back to Earth so that we can arrest
Put you on trial.
Yeah. So, the best way to end that is to end Mass Effect 2 on that. Because 6 months later, we get to Mass Effect 3. So, Philip, now we're on Mass Effect 3. And, like I said, this is the biggest game in the whole series. This will give you, like an extra additional, 100 hours on your playthrough.
Oh, really? So, not only the biggest of the three, but would you also say that it's the girthiest as well? Because listen, you can be long, but listen, if it's not girthy, I don't want it.
I guess you could say that. It's got a lot of girth to it. There's a lot of content in this one, especially when it comes to DLC. Because, in my opinion, I think they kind of dropped the ball a little bit on the previous game's DLC. Not saying any of them are bad. Also, I would like to take the time to address certain things, because I know that there are some people who are going to be a little bit ticked off that I didn't discuss certain things in Mass Effect 2. But as the people could probably tell, we're like 3 hours into this episode. I don't have enough time to talk about Thane's loyalty mission, or Garrus's loyalty mission, or Tali's loyalty mission. I don't have time, Arthur. We're talking about the main story. Thankfully, this time around, there aren't really any loyalty missions in this game. Because, we don't have time for that bullshit. We have to assemble our crew and start getting to work. So, now, Philip, like I said before, with the Arrival DLC in Mass Effect 2, Shepard has delayed the Reaper invasion by a good couple of months, you know.
Right.
So Mass Effect 3 opens up with Shepard in house arrest, and we get this shot of a dinky little kid, you know, Jack Capelli, I guess, with his fucking rinky dink spaceship that Luke had in A New Hope, right? And
Uh-huh.
and Shepard is just kind of just staring at this kid like Shepard's on the list, you know? And this
Oh
is
my god.
and this is where we get introduced to our first squad mate, our newest squad mate, James Vega, voiced by the great Freddie Prinze Jr., aka Fred Jones from the Scribadera movies.
Does he also have a very like cool ascot?
No, but he's like, you know what? Let me get you a picture, James. Well, while we're at it, because I kept forgetting to send you pictures of freaking squad mates earlier. Here's here's James,
Yeah,
Sussy
that's not what
James.
that that's definitely not the Freddy I was envisioning, but okay. I'm trying to think of I'm imagining this guy's voice. Now let me ask you, does he actually sound like Freddy or does he have like a
it's
normal
like
voice that would probably fit?
It's like Freddie Prince Jr. but with a little Latin American to it.
So he's a Latin American guy
Yeah.
who enjoys traps.
Who enjoys
Good.
what?
No, you heard what I said.
I
You
did
heard what I
not.
said. Everybody heard. Oh, I said he's a Latin American guy who loves traps, right?
You know, I don't think that's too far off. I'm not gonna confirm nor deny, but he is friends with a gay guy. I will say that.
So
Our
he is the Freddie Prince Jr. Gotcha.
our boy Cortez. Let me pull up Cortez for you. We like Cortez
I
here. He's a great character.
I know that this is just his muscles on this guy, but like he very much looks like he's got man titties.
Boogie man titties.
Boogeyman titties. I'm not okay. I'm going insane.
I'm in tremendous pain. I'm in tremendous pain. Help me! Help me! Help me!
I'm in tremendous pain! I'm in tremendous pain! Help me! Help me! Help me!
Oh my gosh, yeah. But James, we get introduced very early on because he's coming to get us out of our room. Because right now there is an emergency happening. Because guess what? The Reapers have arrived from dark space, and everybody's panicking. And you know who you know who humanity now has to rely on because oh, guess what? Shepard was right the whole time.
Who do they need to rely on now?
Shepard.
Oh, on Shepard. Okay. All right, Shepard. Just because you did a genocide doesn't mean we've forgotten about the genocide.
No, there's
But
literally a part where Anderson, who's now Admiral Anderson, is like, "God damn it, Shepard! If it weren't for you blowing up the Batarians, we wouldn't be in this mess right now." Some shit like that. He kind of scrutinizes you about the Batarians you killed.
this is almost like a futuristic like Harry Turtledove fucking novel plot where it's just like, you know what, Hitler, we know you did some bad things, but we need you because your technology is you were right, you were advancing technology in the right way, and we've got to stop these aliens from destroying Earth. So we'll just turn a blind eye to some of these things, but you're not off the hook yet.
If I had a nickel for every time we mentioned Harry Turtledove's World War series on the podcast, I'd have 2 nickels. But yeah, we're kind of brought before like the Alliance board, and they're like, "Well, Shepard, you're right. The Reapers are here now," and they're like, "We really have no idea how long it's gonna take before they come to Earth, but they are a threat." And Shepard's like, "I fucking told you, you idiots."
So like the sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. So the
Yeah.
Reapers are showing up, right?
Yes.
They don't know how far from Earth they are, but
Yeah.
are they at the Citadel? Is this
No,
where
they're
like
on Earth
Shepard's
right
being
now.
held?
They are on Earth right
Oh,
now.
and so like are the Reapers just now like entering like the Milky Way galaxy
Yes.
or like
Yes. They
I
are coming from
ah
dark space.
so it's basically like the Tyranids showing up in the 40K
Oh
universe.
yeah. Oh yeah, but worse because they're everywhere.
Ah,
It's just they targeted Earth first because Harbinger's like, man, I fucking hate Shepard. So
oh,
there we go.
hey, fuck that guy first. Everybody else, I'm coming for you next.
Now it'll be talked about later, but guess who also gets hit first? Badly. Like I mean badly. Like genocidal levels of bad.
Is it the Asari?
No, it's the Batarians.
Oh, they get another. They get a second round of
They get
genocide.
round
That's great.
two.
They were like, guys, listen. It was already like Shepard only kind of. He fucked this up a little bit, but we can still rebuild our numbers. Hey, wait a minute. Why do I hear boss music all of a sudden? Oh fuck.
Yeah. So yeah, the military alliance board is like, we really have no idea how long the Reapers are gonna get here, and at that moment, it's like, hey, we lost contact with the moon.
Oh no.
And then in the background, you see like 6 different Reaper dreadnoughts land in London, and boom, everything is getting lasered and destroyed. And one of the lasers starts coming to the fucking boardroom and blasts
Oh my
them all away.
Shepard, another rod. Take it out.
so so after that, you are paired up not with James, but with a temporary squad mate, the one and only time. Admiral Anderson is on your side, and you're battling through waves of husks and now new forms of husks too. Because now the Batarians have been turned into their own husks. And let me try to pull up what they look like.
So, like, are the Patarians just like gone at this point, like more or less, or like are there still pockets of them?
There's still some around, like you'll find them on the Citadel and in other places.
Right. Okay. So it's not like a complete like destruction of the race or the species, I should say.
Mm-hmm. So this is what happened to the Batarians.
Oh, they damn. I love that they got like an Iron Man chess piece for a cock now.
In fact, I'm just gonna send you this just what the new husk forms in this game look like.
Oh, that's kind of like metal. I'm not gonna lie. They almost remind me of like cyber demons from the like a Doom universe. Like that's what their design looks like to me. That's
Um
pretty kick-ass.
yeah, this is concept art, so like the one at the end, the Ravager, doesn't look exactly like it does in the final game, especially with this dude on the top. Like that's not there.
Are the Ravengers the little guys? Are those the little Citadel people?
No.
Oh.
So just to go through them right now. So we have the Husk, which are the humans. Then we have the Vulture,
Mhm.
which is the Batarians, the Brute,
Mhm.
and there's another soldier type that are from the Turians. The Brute just so happens to be the bigger of the two. The Banshee is the Asari, more specifically Ardot Yakshi, which is what Morinth was. And
Gotcha.
we'll talk about them in a bit. The Tyrant, which I don't really remember the Tyrant.
Is
Uh,
that what Garrus is? Like his species?
no, I really don't remember the Tyrant being in the game. That's so weird. But the Ravager are the Rachni, and the Harvester is an unholy amalgamation. It is an unholy meat obelisk.
An unholy meat obelisk.
It is what they would classify as the big dude.
It is the big dude of the game, yeah. So right now, we only have to deal with Husks and Banshees while we're on Earth, because the war hasn't progressed as far as to get the rest of these. But eventually, Anderson calls in Joker, tells him to haul ass in the Normandy SR2, because, well, Cerberus, I forgot to mention, Cerberus did remake the Normandy in Mass Effect 2, and then the Alliance dry docked it, because they're like, haha, you ain't getting shit.
Yeah, so we had to do a repo on the Normandy because you weren't making payments on it. So it's been impounded.
I'm sorry, Elusive Man. You missed your payments for this shit.
Listen, we're not running a charity here. We're running a business, and you got to understand. And I'm sorry, Shepard, but after you just basically got atomized, yeah, your space credit got fucked. So you're in financial fucking debt for foreseeable future.
Oh, you know what? I remember the tyrant being in the game. Yeah, I remember those fuck faces. But yeah, Normandy hauls ass to where Shepard and Anderson are, and Shepard gets on the ship, but Anderson's like, "I'm gonna stay left behind and fight the good fight," you know. But then, as the Normandy's flying away, the kid that we saw in the beginning is getting on an escape shuttle, and then, and then a Reaper turns around and shoots the shuttle down, and it explodes.
Oh no, Liam. You know what that reminds me of is that scene from Mutant Chronicles where the kid gets on the fucking airship and then it immediately gets fucking blown out of the sky by I think another airship running into it.
Now I know what I must do.
Now you know what yeah, now you do know what you must do.
But
Boy and Mutant Chronicles referenced in the same fucking podcast.
we done it
Welcome
again.
to Movie Obscurum, where we talk about movies that no one has ever fucking known about until I've talked
I
about
can't
them.
wait to do the Mutant Chronicles episode. But yeah, apparently like the kid dying is supposed to be an emotional like thing for Shepard throughout the game. Like we get freaking dream sequences of Shepard chasing this kid down and then the kid just catching on fire at the end of them. And it's like we really had no connection or emotional attachment to this kid whatsoever. I mean,
Right.
there are like hundreds of kids dying around you. There is a moment with the kid a little bit before where we're trying to get them out of like a ventilation shaft and then they just disappear.
Damn. Me thinking about Shepard obliterating that colony of what's the alien species again that
Batarians.
like he the Patarians, yeah, it's like, fuck them Patarian kids, but when it comes to a human kid, nah.
Damn.
PTSD for days.
What's funny is like in the dream sequences, you will hear echoes of like the Vermeer, not the Vermeer survivor, but like the person who died on Vermeer, whether that be Ashley or Caden, and a couple of other like characters who might have died while you were playing the games. You know, like if like half your team died during the suicide mission, I think you'd probably hear those echoes too.
Oh, that's interesting.
So now we're on the Normandy, and we get reacquainted with a couple of faces. Joker, we are reacquainted with, and now Edie, we're reacquainted with now. Now, I know I didn't talk a lot about Edie the last time for Mass Effect 2, but now Edie has a much bigger role in this game, and we'll get to why in a bit. But now we're introduced to our replacement for Kelly Chambers because most, if not all, of the Cerberus staff that we had in our ship last time are just kind of gone, with the exceptions of like the two Scotsman engineers that I mentioned. And there's actually an engineer from the first game that comes back in this one too. I blank on his name, but he is back, which is cool, I guess. But we have a replacement for Kelly Chambers, and her name is Samantha Trainer, I believe. Yep, Samantha Trainer.
I was about to say it's not Scotty, is it? From Star Trek?
No, but she has an English accent.
Ah,
She is one of the romance interests, but is only for FemShep, so she's the only sole lesbian romance in the trilogy.
those goddamn lesbians taking our best picks. God damn it.
James is not a romance option,
Lame.
which kind of sucks because I know it's been talked about in the community, but FemShip really does have like the worst romance options, really. Thane dies, Jacob cheats on you, Garrus, you can only romance in 2 and 3, and his is like fucking awesome. Caden, I mean, you have a breakup partway through, and then in Mass Effect 3, if he's still alive, it's like because he still kind of distrusts you. Oh yeah, that's right. You also get reacquainted with the Vermeer survivor on Earth,
Really?
and
Um,
relationship is a little rocky, but they also join you on the Normandy.
I was gonna ask, do you think that's just like something that's been like an issue with the Mass Effect series about just like sorry, let me rephrase this. So like for femshep, right? Has that always been an issue as for romance characters in general for fen femshep comparatively to male shepherd,
Yeah.
or is it just simply for the third game?
Yes. Because while you can romance a number of characters as femshep in Mass Effect 2, like Liara, you can still continue your romance with her as femshep. You can start your romance with Thane, which will carry on to the third game, but we'll get to Thane. Jacob,
Mhm.
as I said, he'll cheat on you with another lady in the third game. So, yeah.
Oh, damn.
It gets even worse
Damn.
because he knocks her up.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Dude, it's crazy. It's like, yes, the added benefit of playing a femshep is that you get to like get relationship PTSD throughout your playthrough. Added gameplay.
So, not
Go
only
ahead.
does male ship have like the better romances, but he just has more. You can do Liara in all three games. You can romance Tali in 2 and 3. You can romance Miranda in 2 and 3. You can re-romance Ashley in the second game. I mean third game. Also, Ashley does become a lesbian romance option in the third game too.
Gotcha.
And Caden, if he is the Vermeer survivor, will become a gay romance option for male ship. Also, our boy Cortez is also the only sole gay romance option as well in the trilogy.
Interesting.
And oh yeah, Jack, you can also do a full romance with Jack from 2 to 3 as male ship. What's interesting, and I'll talk about it now, is that there were supposed to be a number of characters that were supposed to be like bisexual or, in Jack's case, pansexual. If I remember correctly, Tali and Miranda were intended to be bisexual. I don't remember why they kept Miranda straight, but I think if I remember correctly, Tali's voice actress, Ash Sorka, wanted Tali to be straight. So they just went with Tali being straight.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Also, it was like 2010 when Mass Effect 2 came out, and now it's like 2012. Let me check my notes. Yes. Mass Effect 3 released March 6, 2012 for the Xbox 360, PS3, and PC, with a later Wii U release on November 18th, 2012. On my
I can
birthday.
I can only
Yay.
imagine. I can only imagine playing Mass Effect 3 on Wii U.
Yeah, I was shocked to see it was released on the fucking Wii U. Also, while we're talking about romances and femship, I have to bring up Jennifer Hale, who is the voice actress for femship, and I think she does a way better job as Shepard than Mark Meer. Cause to me, Mark sounds a little more robotic and Jennifer sounds more natural and comfortable. And I think that's mainly because Jennifer is a veteran voice actress. Like, do you want to hear about the roles that she's been in?
Sure, yeah, let's go.
Okay, allow me to crack the knuckles, because there is a lot. She was Black Cat in Spider-Man the Animated Series in the 2000 Spider-Man game, Spider-Woman in the Iron Man animated show, Miss Keen and Mrs. Morbucks in Sedusa in the Powerpuff Girls, Jessie in Batman Beyond, MJ in Spider-Man Unlimited in the Spider-Man 2000 video game, Gladys in The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, Black Siren, Giganta, Killer Frost, and other characters in Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, Numba 86 in Kids Next Door, Rojo in Ben 10 and Ben 10 Omniverse, June and Avatar Kiyoshi in Avatar The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra, Ayla Secura, Ryo Chuchi, and Loki Purrs in Star Wars The Clone Wars and Star Wars The Bad Batch, Zatanna, Poison Ivy, Killer Frost, Romana, and Ice in Batman the Brave and the Bold, Wendy in G.I. Joe Renegades, Miss Marvel in Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Black Widow in Avengers Assemble, Mantis in the Guardians of the Galaxy animated show, Jean Grey in X-Men 97, Sonya Blade in Mortal Kombat The Journey Begins, Thorn in Scooby-Doo and The Witch's Ghost.
So
We're not done yet.
basically she
But I'm not done yet!
Princess Sarana in Sinbad Beyond the Veil of Mists, Cinderella in a lot of Disney projects, Killer Frost and Batman Assault on Arkham, that's the one where she's naked and puts on her costume, Galadriel in the Fellowship video game, Samus Aran in Metroid Prime, Naomi Hunter in the Metal Gear franchise, Sarah Palmer in Halo 4 and Halo 5 Guardians, Rosalind Lutece in Bioshock Infinite, Ash in Overwatch, Chronica in Mortal Kombat 11, Rivet in Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and Bayonetta in Bayonetta 3. That's
is that
Jennifer Hale. Those are the roles that I found to be the most significant to me. There is way more.
Oh my god. So basically she's been around the block and then again 1,000 times over.
Yeah.
You think she's good at her job, Liam?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Aside from like the looks of the default Shepherd skin, her voice was like, oh yeah. Fuck any of the romance options. I just want FemShep.
What if we skipped right to the tiebreaker? We could test your reach and my flexibility.
Oh my god. That's pretty cool though.
Yeah. There's a lot of these actors who've like been on crime shows, have done some other games. Like Garrus's voice actor, you can hear in Fallout 4 on one of the missions. Like I was playing Fallout 4 and I was like, wait a fucking minute, that's Garrus. We know Ali Hillis, who voice of Liara from Resistance 3. Glenda Norma in Resistance 3, but she's been a couple of other characters too. Like she's been a lot of characters on regular show. She was Emma Frost on the Marvel anime X-Men. She was also Black Cat for the Amazing Spider-Man 2 video game. So all of them have been around the block. The only one that I haven't found a lot on is Ash Sorka. She's been in stuff, but not really anything too significant to me.
Gotcha.
Ashley's voice actress was also Luna in Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost and Legend of the Vampire.
Ooh.
So we have a couple of Scooby-Doo veterans here. I thought mentioning Jennifer Hale as Thorn would really get you.
Yeah. Thorn, my beloved. Well, just any of the Hex girls, yes, but you know. Oh, Thorn.
Speaking of Ashley, she gets a total redesign in this game. And I mean,
does she?
And I mean, like, it's quite the overhaul. Because you saw what she looked like in the first game.
Yeah.
This is what she looks like in the third game.
Oh my. Enhance.
Enhance.
Oh my god.
She does look a bit cooler, doesn't she?
Yeah, she definitely looks a lot cooler. They were just like, you know what? Let's give her better tits. Let's give her fuller lips. Let's give her the face of like a divorced mom of 2 at the age of 31.
Speaking
and
of
that's
like,
and that's Ashley.
Speaking of
oh my
enhanced
god,
tits, look at the armor that they gave her too.
Oh my god, like fucking basically like form-fitting double D fucking cup. Oh my god. She really does look like these would be like her profile pictures for like her that face. Like that's like that is a Facebook mom face.
It's Instagram
if I've ever seen
profile
one.
picture.
It's yeah.
Who should we remodel Ashley after? Larkin Love. Who? Huh? What? Anyway.
Don't worry, I've already taken care of it.
I've already got. It's done. It's done. Huh? Who did you say you modeled her after? Never mind.
Next question.
Next question. Let's move on. We got more
I didn't
pressing
even
matters,
ask a question.
like writing the story for this game.
Anyway, yeah, let's get back into like the story.
So we're on the ship now. and we're acquainted with everybody else. And we got Admiral Hackett on the phone. We haven't seen him for 6 months after he arrested our ass, but we have him on the phone, and he's like, Shep, I know that the Reapers have invaded Earth, right? However, your sorry friend, Liara, she's been on Mars like the whole time trying to research stuff about the Protheans because of the Prothean archives on Mars, right? We need you to pick her up because she's made a breakthrough on a weapon that we could use against the Reapers called the Catalyst. So go pick her ass up, okay?
So what you're basically telling me is that she visited the cult of Mars and was just like, let's make a deal. And no, oh my god, no. She's this world's Arkan land. And she fucking has been delving into the techno vaults of sacred Mars. It's just like, I found this agricultural vehicle that they're gonna name after me, that we're gonna turn into a mega weapon. Fun fact, everybody. The Land Raider is named after Arkan land. And the Land Raider was basically just more or less like a agricultural combine that they turn into a transport assault vehicle.
Warhammer.
Yeah, Warhammer. Continue.
Anyway, so we get to Mars, and we head into the base, and we're introduced to our second batch of enemies, which is Cerberus. Cerberus is now a combatant once again, and I'm gonna try to send you a picture of their soldiers. You know what? That'll do.
What?
Yeah, that's Cerberus. Those are the soldiers that we're dealing with. That's also the Elusive Man, and there's that bitch ass motherfucker Kai Lang.
I'll be honest with you. I thought that was just like a meme edit of something at first. He looks so out of place compared to everyone else.
Bro, just like, I'm not gonna lie, you're probably not the only one who thinks that about Kai Lang. He definitely is like edgy OC that they just decided to drop into the game for shits and giggles, but no, he is a pre-established book character.
Has he shown up in the other games, or is he just
No,
this
no,
is
he's a
first
book
in game?
character. Drew
Oh
Carpershine
god.
brought in his OC from the books and put him in the game.
Don't we love adding lore and characters into a mainline game that you can only know who is if you read the expanded media? Not looking at
Halo. uh but yeah. So we meet back up with Liara on Mars, and she will become a squad mate once again in this game. She's also now, thanks to our efforts in the Shadow Broker DLC, the Shadow Broker, but she's also active doing other autistic special interest shit, like the Protheans on Mars. How nice. And now Cerberus is here fucking around because they need all the information they can get from the archives. So, as we're going through the base, we kind of get acquainted with another interesting character. Ah, perfect. Perfect image. So this is Dr. Ava Corey. This Dr. Corey.
Enhance.
Enhance, yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring this up again, but the 3D renderers and the 3D modelers, they really focus on one area, especially on female fucking characters, and then the rest of it's just like, yeah, whatever.
So we have Dr. Ava Corey, who this is gonna sound weird, but she's technically based on the Elusive Man's old girlfriend who died during the First Contact War. Same name, though different appearance.
Gotcha.
She is technically a robot. She is an android unit that Cerberus is using to get the files. Also, at this point in time, we reunite with the Elusive Man, but over a hologram, and we have an interesting conversation because let's just say that the Elusive Man believes that he can control the Reapers if he
And how does he plan to do that?
Because the Reapers do something called indoctrination, and because that's basically a brainwashing, blah blah blah. And because they're made of machines, Philip, it's like maybe if I use enough Reaper technology and gather information from the Protheans, I can unlock the secrets of indoctrination and control the Reapers myself.
you know, you say that they like, made up a bunch of like little robots and they use indoctrination and stuff like that. The indoctrination that the Reapers use is actually just like Senator Armstrong's fucking speech is
Nanomachine,
just like,
son.
Nanomachines, son. They harden in response to physical trauma.
you gotta break a couple eggs to make the mother of all omelets.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Shepard.
Making omelets, egg.
And then, all the other alien races are like, you know what? I enjoyed that Metal Gear game. I think these guys got something going on. I think I'll put my hat into the ring. I would love to be like assimilated into like the Reaper network / just race.
So the reason I'm highlighting Corey is because we have to pursue her because she has all the necessary information, right? And
Right.
at this point in time, James has kind of disappeared somewhere else. At one point, we almost lose Corey, but James comes in and rams the fucking shuttle right into her. But because she's a robot, she's still alive, and she's on fire, and she starts running at us like she's the fucking TX.
Oh my god,
and
really?
she smashes the Vermeer survivor's face into a wall and basically
Oh, that's great.
cripples them out of squad mate status for half the game.
Rip him.
Ripperoni to Ashley or Caden. However, James is fine.
Oh my god.
So we take Eva's body onto the ship, and Edie starts to fuck around with it, right? Now, this happens a little later into the game, but I'm just going to talk about it now. At one point, Edie does a little fuck shittery and makes everybody very concerned because she's not responding on the ship, and Edie is basically the ship.
Right.
So now everybody's like, what the hell is going on? And then you go down to her AI core, and voila, here is Edie, new and improved.
Enhance.
She has taken over Dr. Corey's body.
Ooh.
And is now a squad mate.
So she's like just on your side now? Like she's chill?
Well, yeah, Edie's always been on our side.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
She's now taken over the body, and yeah.
It's basically like in a roundabout way, like it's basically like the Fallout 4 quest to turn Curie into or transfer her mind into a real synth body.
Yeah. And if you get the DLC packs for skins, you can make her wear the Dr. Corey outfit, but there is also a black version of that too. So they really just made Edie fucking fan service the squad mate.
Yeah,
and I'm not complaining.
It's just like the fucking Batman versus Dracula episode where it's just like, Pingy, how much did you pay for this sex doll?
How much did you pay for this?
2,000? Is this where you keep your groom material? Let me have a peek.
Damn, that's a good-looking sex doll you have.
How much did you pay for this? 2,000?
And so while Edie is not a romance option, as far as I remember, you can hook her up with Joker.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it like a cute kind of hookup, or is it more of just like, or is it just kind of like, oh man, I just want to bang that sex bot, you know?
It's kind of cute. Like, you help guide Joker, but you also help guide Edie now that she's in a body.
So you're playing double wingman basically for the two.
And Edie's just kind of like, I will make sure to use pillows with Jeff.
Certainly possible. Would require strengthening exercises. Get muscles to support weaker bone structure.
Right. Yeah, I can do that.
Alloy of Edie's body not flexible like organic tissue could cause unintentional damage. Recommend pillows, cushions, possibly gel packs.
Okay, that's a little weirder, but yeah, alright, cushions.
Positioning critical to success. Can forward Edie charts, videos with relevant data.
No, Edie's pretty busy with, stuff. Let's just send that to me.
You're not gonna tell anyone about this, right? Like Shepard? Shepard doesn't really need to know.
Guarantee Shepard won't learn about it from me.
She's standing right there, isn't she?
I wish I wasn't.
Oh my fucking god.
Dude, it's like I think she carries him around the Citadel too. I think that's mentioned by Joker at one point that she carries him around.
Shepard going up to fucking Joker. How much did you pay for this Joker?
$2,000?
$2,000?
Here's another image of her in the more proper skin.
Partially enhanced. Partially enhanced.
Enhance. So we have a good sizable squad right now, kind of. We got James, we have Liara, and we have Edie. But the next planet that we're headed to is Palaven, or at least one of Palaven's moons. And Palaven, if you remember, is the homeworld of the Turians, and they are one of the very next to be attacked by the Reapers. And not looking too good on Palaven.
Oh yeah, what's going on up Palaven?
So this is kind of just like a regular stock image of like the moon level, right? But you kind of see in the back, not looking too good. So you see that orange spot, the big one?
Yeah.
That's Garrus's home.
Oh.
And
so is it like
he even brings this up while you're playing this mission?
Was it like glass or
no? It's being actively attacked by the Reapers. As you can see, there's a Reaper dreadnought on the moon.
So they're basically assimilating, or like, how would you describe them? With like, is it like digitizing or like assimilating? Like, how would you describe like Reapers turning organic life into like more?
Know. I really don't know.
I'll just say assimilating.
Yeah, assimilating might be the best one. Yeah. At multiple times, you can talk to Garrus during the game, and he'll talk about like his dad and his sister, and if they got off the planet or not. Like it's very uncertain if they survived.
Gotcha. Okay.
So on this mission, we recruit Garrus, but we also have to recruit, or we have to pick up the leader of the Turians, the Primarch. However, the official Primarch is he's dead.
He is dead.
So now it lies to one of the highest up in the chain of command, one who's been picked by what remains of the leadership of the Turians. We now have Primarch Victus, who is a well-respected general among his fellow men, but is kind of a loose cannon. And this is our esteemed boy, current leader of the Turians.
Gotcha.
So we pick him up. Enhance. So we pick him up, and now Shepard's like, look, we need to get the council in on this right now because things are getting really bad. Like they've already hit the Turian homeworld. That's how bad things are. So now 2 of the 4 main council races have been attacked. However, the Asari and the Solarians kind of living in kumbaya right now, while the Batarians are near extinct.
Oh, the good old Patarians, but they're still hanging on. They're okay.
They're okay. They're
they're basically the embodiment of like that South Park meme where it's like Randy Marsh is at a little league game, and he's like one of those drunk dads that likes to get into fights with other drunk dads, and like there's a scene where he's just like, I thought this was America. I didn't hear no bell. And he just keeps fucking beating the shit out of people. I didn't hear no bell.
Hey, Bat Dad. I didn't hear no bell.
Then we go to the Citadel. We finally meet with the council. And if these are the same counselors from the first game that you decided to let live for whatever reason, you don't really get the opportunity to basically say, I told you so to them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, which kind of sucks. But they're basically like, well, Shepard, I guess you were right. And I guess we're paying for it now. So, the story kind of gets a little iffy. It's been a while since I played Mass Effect 3. But let's just say that our main mission now is to basically get the galaxy to cooperate and get everybody to work together. And this means like ending wars, making alliances, and ending old grudges. But before we do that, we need to pick up one more squad mate to round out the group that we have for at least like the first half before we eventually get Tali and the Vermeer survivor back. Now, Philip, this game was published by Electronic Arts, as you may know.
Right.
Say the squad mate, right? The squad mate, he has some relevance to the story. One would say that in one of the original leaked drafts of the game, before they had to change everything, he was very important as a character. Very important. But his role was kind of diminished. Now, this character, he's still kind of interesting, still very unique. One may say he was even the Commander Shepard of his cycle. Seems to be an integral squad mate, shares a lot of unique history. Would you what do you think Electronic Arts did with this squad mate pertaining to it being a piece of content for the game?
Oh, they locked him behind like a DLC.
Yes, sir. Day 1 DLC specifically.
So like the content was partially like, so could you not progress the story, or just was that
No, you
part
could do
just
the
like
whole thing
completely
without him.
left that really?
Yeah, you
But
could
like,
do
so
the
it's just
whole
like,
game without Javik.
now does Javik add a lot if you like, I like, so have you played it with and without Javik?
No, I played it with Javik.
So do you know what it would have been like without, like beating the
I'm
game without Javik?
the extent of Javik's character is unique dialogue, cool new weapons, and the mission where you get him.
I see. Gotcha. Okay.
He
Well,
doesn't hold
uh,
any grand importance to the story, but he's great to have because he's a living fucking Prothean in the modern day. But no, we're just gonna lock him behind day 1 DLC because fuck you. But you know who's not DLC? Diana Allers, who's the lady from IGN that we decided to have in this game that you could just randomly pick up at the Citadel. Yay! Yay! Javik is definitely like one of the better characters in the whole franchise. In fact, he has like a really fucking kick-ass quote that I'm going to look up real quick because I do not remember off the top of my head.
fuck bitches, make money. For real, for real.
Okay, so this was the quote.
Stand in the ashes of 1,000,000,000 dead souls and ask the ghosts if honor matters. This silence is your answer.
That's pretty hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he goes hard. I love how
Yeah.
in his interactions with Liara kind of has like a culture shock almost because it was often believed that the Protheans were like peacekeepers, the best of their time, so on and so forth, right? Kind of like what the Asari strive to be. But no, as it
Right.
turns out, the Protheans were a fascistic dictatorship that ruled the Milky Way with basically an iron fist and also ate prototype Solarians as fucking snacks.
Ripperino to the Solarians.
Basically, the Solarians and the Asari were like food. There is and the Hanar. There are multiple times where Javik basically explains how the Protheans used to eat, like the old 50,000 years ago versions of the races we know.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, wow, the Protheans. We don't get a lot of answers solved, but we definitely get like a better understanding of how things were back then. And things were not good during the Reaper War. Not good at
Really?
all. Yeah. In fact, there's a point in time where you can get like Javik to speak to a bunch of people on the Citadel, and Shepard's trying to like make him into a better person or to like be better around people, make them feel comfortable around like the ancient hero. And
Right.
he basically tells like this group of mixed aliens, right, that their diversity but their unity is what'll like win them the war. That this was nothing that the Protheans had back then.
Uh,
This is something that he
so
doesn't like
friendship,
really believe in, but it's like it's what they need to hear.
so friendship was the answer all along, and it's not about the journey; it's about the friends we made along the way.
Yeah. So there's a lot that happens. And I'm looking at the timer and I'm like, we're in an hour to talk about Mass Effect 3. So let's try to like go through it real quick. Speed round. Number one. The end of the grudge of the Krogans, the Turians, and the Solarians, aka curing the genophage. We're finally doing that shit. And you know who gets to help us if he's alive? Morden.
Hell yeah!
And you know who really gets to help us? A female Krogan named Eve. And her and Rex, whoa, they kick it off together. Also, Morden
Oh,
tries to hook Eve up with Garrus because
oh,
Krogan finds Scars really hot, apparently. So there's that. And so we go to Tachanka and we do some missions there. And let's just say that we cure the genophage, but you can do a certain sequence of events that makes Morden live through this. But it kind of leads to bad results because the Dalatras, which is the leader of the dudes, the
the
Solarians,
guys.
the dudes, the Solarians, is basically like, "Hey Shep, I want to make a deal with you before you start this mission." Right? She's like, "I want you to sabotage the genophage, and we'll give you like a bunch
Oh
of
my
scientists
god!
for it." You can outright tell Rex or Reeve if Rex is dead that the Dalatras basically told you to sabotage the genophage, and Rex is like, "Huh, what a bitch." But you could still try to sabotage the genophage anyway. You can kill Morden yourself in the process. Or you could let Morden launch the genophage, and if you do a certain piece of dialogue with him in Mass Effect 2, it'll reveal that it was once a performer. He performed in a lot of musicals, particularly what I presume is the Solarian version of Pirates of Penzance.
All I just got an image of when you said that he was like he did that. I imagine Reznov's dialogue where he's just like, "My father used to be a musician here in Stalingrad, and the streets would be filled with his beautiful music." And then the Nazis came.
Someone also wrote a full version of Morden's version of Modern Major General, and it was performed, if I remember correctly, by Morden's voice actor from the third game.
No shit.
Yep.
I am the very model of a scientist Solarian. I've studied species Turian, Asari, and Batarian. I'm quite good at genetics as a subset of biology because I am an expert, which I know is a tautology. My xenoscience studies range from urban to agrarian. I am the very model of a scientist Solarian.
And if you activate that part of the dialogue in Mass Effect 2, that will basically unlock something in the third game. When he's dispensing the genophage, he will hum that version of Modern Major General, which is like very sad. Morden's a great character. I really like Morden quite a bit. He's great. So we cure the genophage. Now we have the Krogans on our side, and that's great. Because super strong, buff dudes with a redundant nervous system, hell yeah. Also, they can make babies now. Yeah, babies.
Not only can we fuck up people, but we can fuck again.
There's also a
We can
part
fuck.
in the Citadel DLC where you and Rex can have a drink at the bar, and Rex is like, "There are so many females. I've been busy, Shepard." And he's like so tired. He's like, "Females want to do a lot of things like talk and talk and talk some more." there's missions, there's some side missions where you reunite with your Mass Effect 2 squad mates, like on the Citadel. There's a mission you can do with Kasumi, which if you didn't do her loyalty mission, she will die on this if she didn't already die. And there's Zaid, who also has a mission, was also a side mission on the Citadel, and if you did not do his loyalty mission, but he survived the suicide mission, he will die. I learned that the hard way. And Samara, she has her own side mission too, and this is where we get reacquainted with the concept of the R. Yakshi, because Morinth wasn't her only daughter, which is something we do from Mass Effect 2. She has two other daughters who are also R. Yakshi, and they were sent to an R. Yakshi monastery, where they are basically taught to not mind fuck each other. And if you play this in a certain sequence of events, this is technically where we get acquainted with the Banshees. And they fucking suck. I hate the Banshees. What's also funny is if you have Morinth as a squad mate in Mass Effect 2, she will become a Banshee and show up on Earth at the end of the game.
Okay. Really? That's actually really fucking creative.
Mm.
I like that little attention to detail. So, like, what about the Banshees that suck? Are they like they almost they kind of remind me of like the Banshees from Resistance Retribution, almost.
Number one, they have a really loud, annoying screech that they do. Number two, they have two different shield bars before you get down to their main health bar. And three, I just hate them. They also throw these biotic energy balls at you that lock onto you, and there's really no way to avoid them. So
Really? Okay.
I hate them a lot. Anyway, there's another mission where you get reunited with Jacob, and you help him and his group of dudes get off the planet. You also get reacquainted with a character that you meet in another Mass Effect 2 DLC, which I definitely missed out on talking about. And that DLC is very emotional because Dr. Ayer, I'm pretty sure his name was, I forget. He basically hooked his autistic brother up to a machine program. I wonder if I could get a picture of this. Oh, fuck. What was it called? No. Oh, can I remember his brother's name? Oh, shit. Cuz he does show up in Mass Effect 3. If you do that DLC, he'll show up on the side mission that, well, it's kind of not really side mission. Some of these are timed too. He'll show up on the side mission where you get reunited with Jack. Overlord. That was the DLC. Overlord DLC. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Right off the bat. First image. Beautiful. There he is.
Enhance.
Oh my
Enhance.
God. Enhance.
You know,
David. That was his name.
my
David.
God. Why does this actually look like some shit that they would hook up an autistic person to for a super, basically more or less like a super fucking computer? This also reminds me of the fucking what's it fucking called? Is it not the Mind Flayer that's from fucking Stranger Things in the Outlast universe?
Uh-huh.
There's this thing that they hook up somebody to. It's I can't remember the fucking machine, but it almost like it almost like the hooking up and shit, like the tubes going into the mouth and shit like that. It almost looks like this, but yeah. You lied, brother. You told me we were going to the train museum, not this. You'll get to play with all the trains you want to. I promise.
Yeah, we try to move right through. Another conflict we need to end is the Quarian Geth conflict. It's been going on for about 600 years now. And here's where we get reunited with Tali and where we get reunited with Legion. And if you're romancing Tali, she is very flirty with you when you get back together.
Oh, man.
Very flirty. I really like it.
And what about us? Would us being together divide the fleet?
No. Well, possibly. I don't know. But right now, I've got civilian ships taking fire. Can we keep this quiet, at least in front of the admirals?
Sure thing, Miss Voss Normandy.
Thank you. If you want to talk in private, maybe you could invite me up to your cabin?
Maybe I could.
And for the record, still totally worth it.
Legion, not so much.
No, he's just like, show me your cock.
Shepard Commander, please show me your cock. What? I'm a female.
Do as I command.
I'm a female.
Do as I command. We must. We need to study you, Shepard Commander.
Oh my god!
But now the Quarians are going to war. Now is the perfect time to take back Rannoch, right? Yeah, perfect time. So you do a bunch of chicanery, which I would really like to go into, but we don't got time. Let's just say you kind of go into the brain of Legion, of the Geth mind, and you get to see some shit like Geth history. How, like, right after the Quarians left, the Geth were like, well, they're gone. Now what? I guess we'll just go about with our lives. Because they really weren't trying to fight the Quarians. Like, they didn't want to be violent with them. They just wanted to, like, have equal rights and shit. So now that the Quarians are gone, they were like, well, freedom achieved. Goodbye. They just been on Rannoch for like 600 years before the Reapers were like, yeah, shick, robot guys. I guess I'll yoink and yoink. Like green army men, said Sovereign. But what's kind of cool about Rannoch is on the last mission, you do get to freaking fight a Reaper Dreadnought. And it's like, Shepard, Harbinger speaks of you. He fucking hates your guts, Shepard. You really pissed him off. Well, maybe he should have kept saying assume direct control over and over again. Hey, Shepard. What? Assuming control. Dies. Also, at this very ending moment, a lot of things could happen. You could either bring peace and totally stop the war between the Quarians and the Geth, or you can fuck up really bad, which will lead to Tali trying to kill herself.
No
She'll literally
fucking
take
way.
off her mask and say, goodbye, Shepard, and throw herself off a cliff.
That is the most dramatic fucking thing I've ever heard. Like, damn.
Yep.
Fucking, I love how Shepard's answer is like, well, fuck. I literally have to stop racism in the galaxy so we can literally just join forces and fuck up the Reapers.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, by some way, he could make it worse if he really wanted to.
Your xenophobia? Garbage. Don't need that shit right now. We need to fight giant robots, okay? And, just to mention her right now, before we continue on, Miranda does pop up from time to time when you're on the Citadel, because she has her own side mission a little later on before you finish the game. And there are a couple of other times on the Citadel, like at one point, the Citadel gets attacked by Cerberus and a terrorist attack. And some things happen along this mission. So we're going to go a little in depth into it. Once we get there, we are acquainted with Thane, because he's been on the Citadel trying to get medical treatment for his Kepler syndrome, because it's progressed a little too far. He has some good days and he has some bad days, right? Now he's still on the Citadel and he's kind of talking to us, and right now we need to get to the Solarian council member because they've been cut off from the other counselors. And guess who shows up to try and kill the counselor?
Who's that?
Kai Lang. Fucking
Oh
Kai
my
Lang.
god. Our favorite OC character shows up.
Our favorite OC, Kai Lang. Ugh, fucking hate Kai Lang.
I feel like, one, his name definitely makes it feel like it's an OC. Two, the way that he looks. Three, I feel like if they were gonna go with it, they should have gave him like a fucking edgy like hair bang like down the side of his fucking face. You know what I mean?
He's such a fucking chud. He's a chode. And he's like, I'm what you should have been, Shepard. I am the elusive man's greatest soldier, blah blah blah. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. God damn. And he doesn't kill the Dalatrat or the counselor. But Thane comes in, tries to help out, but then Kai Lang stabs him, and it's fatal.
Oh.
Yeah, but bye Thane. He dies a little later on in a hospital bed, where we get us and his son saying some last prayers and rites to him before he passes. R.I.P. Thane. You're cool.
R.I.P. my
Not you,
boy.
Kai Lang. You son of a bitch, rationing my meatloaf. Anyway, so we try to get to the rest of the counselors, and it's the counselors are being escorted by the Vermar survivor, which, while in the hospital bed, has basically been made into a specter by Udina. So either Ashley or Caden is now a specter and is helping the counselors get out of there. But Shepard and crew show up, and Udina's basically like, kill Shepard. He's trying to stop us. He's behind this whole entire attack. He has his connections to Cerberus, blah, blah, blah. But we try to turn the tide because, as we reveal, it was actually Udina who was behind this. He allowed Cerberus to get in and fuck everything up. So the tide is turned. And Udina tries to get out of there, but we kill him like he deserves. Rat bastard.
That rat bastard.
The rat bastard. So from this point on, the Vermar survivor is now our squad mate once again. And fast forwarding again, we now get to the Asari homeworld because the war has finally come to the Asari. And this is where we get some shady shit revealed about the Asari. See, there's kind of a law set out by the council that any Prothean technology that any race has must be shared and given up. Well, let's just say the Asari have a Prothean beacon hidden in plain sight. And this really disturbs Liara. And if you bring Javik on this mission, he has some things to say too about the subject. Like, oh, you thought your race was perfect? Fucking idiot. And basically, it was like, I've been lied to. We've all been lied to, Shepard. I've been lied to. Yeah, Liara, we get it. You've been lied to. This is what the government does. And then, guess who shows up to take the Prothean beacon? You will never guess, Phillip. You will never guess who comes to fuck with us while the Reapers are invading the Asari homeworld. You will never guess.
Is it someone we've seen before?
Yes, it is.
Is it an individual or is it a group?
It is an individual and a group. Come on. You know his name. Come on.
I don't know. Who is it?
It's Kai Lang again. He's back.
Oh my god, it's Kai Lang. He came back.
He came back to fuck up.
He
To
came
fuck
back.
with us. Now, there is a funny video I've seen where if you spec out Garrus a lot and give him like a fully upgraded like machine gun, he can like down Kai Lang in the first round, like whole health bar and everything. It is ridiculous what a fully upgraded Garrus and machine gun can do. Basically, the elusive man and Kai Lang get away with this Prothean beacon, which doesn't just have basic information, but has a Prothean VI, which Javik can interact with if you bring him along. But instead of us getting away with this, the elusive man snatches it from our grasp and is like, "Here, I've got you, little thingy. Bye-bye. Whee!" And now, the elusive man is only a step closer to achieving his maniacal goal of trying to control the Reapers. And Kai Lang is still a little prick. Moving on. There's also another side mission with Grunt, which is where we get introduced to the Rachni husks, the Ravagers. And we're introduced to the Rachni Queen.
Ah, yes. Rachni Queen.
The Rachni Queen, she is back, and we can help her escape. And Grunt, much like Kasumi and the other guy, which I am blanking on his name, Zaid. If you do not do his loyalty mission, but if he survives, he will die on this mission. There are a lot of these moments where it's like, ah, yeah, you may not have done their loyalty missions, and they may have survived the suicide mission, but we're not gonna guarantee their survival this time around, so you better not fuck up on Mass Effect 2.
Oh.
Now, I'm gonna take this moment before we jump back into the main story, because I think around this time is when you would usually want to do these real quick, as some of the DLC. Well, that was pretty cool. The Leviathan DLC is kind of like this mystery scavenger hunt type DLC that Edie is part of. She just kind of joins you on this. It's kind of cool how they involved her in this one. And basically this results in you finding the original Reapers called the Leviathans. They are basically the oldest race in the Milky Way.
Oh.
And you can get them as a war asset. So
So are they disconnected from like the Reapers or like
yeah, they're really fucking old, Philip.
Oh, okay.
As you can see, is an old boy. And it's through this that things like the cycles and the harvest are explained, why the Reapers were created, and so on and so forth.
Gotcha.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff. I like this DLC. I like it a lot. I like bringing Liara on it because it just kind of makes sense. The whole RPG element of it, I guess, is like, well, I know that she's interested in old ancient history, so might as well bring her on this mission. But it's
Right.
cool to bring other characters along because a DLC of this size, of course, they brought the voice cast back. Why wouldn't they? All right, so for the next DLC, this is the big one. This is the DLC of Mass Effect. What some consider to be the best content the original trilogy has to offer. The Citadel DLC. Now, take Mass Effect. Turn it into a comedy. Boom. Citadel DLC.
So it's basically like a slice of life anime, but for Mass Effect.
Yeah, I mean, you're not too far off. You're actually making some pretty good guesses with this franchise, not gonna lie. Think of it as like action comedy spy thriller, where Shepard gets an apartment from Admiral Anderson.
My first apartment, Mass Effect edition.
Yeah, kind of. Anderson's basically like, Shepard, I got this apartment on the Citadel. I'm not really using it right now. You can have it if you want. And you get invited to a night out on the town. You get to go to some fancy like sushi place that you could dine on top of a giant fish tank. I'm not joking. And who's there to have dinner with you but your good old pal Joker? And meanwhile, there's this lady named Brooks who's trying to talk to you. She's in this military alliance gear and she's trying to speak to you about something very urgent about the war. But it's also revealed that Shepard did not invite Joker to this dinner, and Joker did not invite Shepard. And then boom, these guys dressed in like weird black armor start shooting up the place and the fish tank. And you go through the fish tank. And now you start making your way through this city type area of the Citadel, taking down a couple of these guys with a cool silenced pistol. And eventually you get to like this car store, and the first person to join you is whoever you're romancing at this time. So the picture I sent of you of Liara is actually from the scene where they show up.
Oh,
So
okay.
like it's not gonna be like Miranda or anybody like that who's not like on your immediate squad. So either Tali or Caden, Ashley, Garrus, or Liara will show up. So you guys enter a firefight, and at one point this carrier of them come, but Now, I've heard that James will also do this, but in my experience, because Rex is alive on all my playthroughs, Rex will burst out from a window, scream, crash into the carrier, make it explode on impact, jump off of it, and start throwing hands with whoever managed to escape.
Oh.
And all Shepard has to say is, Rex, what are you doing here?
Yeah, just butting heads with the council over broken expansion.
As he tosses you a shotgun. Love Rex. So now you guys are shooting up this poor Volus's car shop. And then you hightail it out of there after your friends come and save your ass. And everybody's basically like, Shepard, what the hell is going on? And Shepard's like, I don't fucking know. So now commences the spy thriller, where the leader of the people trying to attack us has some connections with this guy who's in charge of like this casino, and we have to go and infiltrate the casino. We could bring whoever we want. Now Brooks is going to come with us, so she's one of our default squad mates. So we have to bring one other person. You could bring whoever you want, with the addition of Rex. You can bring Rex with you. So you can either bring like your romance interest or just anybody.
Oh, well, Rex is my romance interest, thank you.
Yeah.
Listen, now that the genophage is gone, I can finally get some of that Krogan pussy. Well, I know he's not a female, but like you get the point.
Hold on, let me see if I yes. They got a picture of him in his casino suit. There he is. There's my little Skrunkly in his casino suit.
Oh my god. Okay. I thought for some reason I was actually imagining him in a fucking tux, but that's kind of a little bit more hilarious too. He almost kind of looks like one of those banker dudes.
Oh, they actually have all the different characters.
Enhanced.
Enhanced. I like how Rex has no one.
I love how Rex just looks like he's almost like T-posing. They're like, we don't really have a cool stance for Rex. What do we do? Just put him in his default form.
Why can't I lock arms with Rex? What is the problem here? So we finally we find that the guy we need to interrogate about the leader of the group that's attacking us is dead. He's dead.
Dun dun dun.
So I forgot exactly what happens next, but through some circumstances we figure out where the leader is, and he's in like this archival area of the Citadel where like old history is stored, right? And
right.
We get there with our team and plus a couple more, right? More members from the ship and other squad mates that we can call on. And they're divided up into different groups, like they're named after the vehicles, like Team Hammerhead, Team Mako, and I forgot what the other team was called, but 3 teams. And we confront the leader. Now, Philip, this Citadel DLC, kind of almost in the same vein as Kai Lang, ties into extra media. Because this ties into a batch of comics that basically explains who created the dossiers that the Elusive Man gave to you in Mass Effect 2. Who curated
Oh,
that
I
list?
see.
Who gave you those squad mates? As it turns out, it was Brooks. She was the one who did that list. She worked for Cerberus. And she is actually working for the leader of this group that's been attacking us. And you'll never guess who the leader of this group is, Philip.
It's Kai Lang, right?
I fooled you! It is not Kai Lang. Allow me to present who it is. It's you!
Oh my god, it's me the whole time.
It was you! It was cloned you! Because they made a backup clone of Shepard, which is talked about in the comic series.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, like obviously I've never played a Mass Effect game, right? But like that'd be like a fun way to like get around the fact that like when you die you come respawn, It could just be a new clone Shepard every time.
But this clone Shepard was tossed away by Cerberus. I didn't need this one. He was the imperfect clone. We wanted the real, authentic one. So now we have this evil clone trying to get his revenge on us. And let's just say that he kind of gets ahead of us. So far ahead that he locks us away in one of the archival tubes, and we're freed by Liara's VI helper named Glyph, who we're actually introduced to in the Shadowbroker DLC back in Mass Effect 2, and who's kind of around in Mass Effect 3, but not a whole lot. But he helps us get out. But meanwhile, Clone Shepard is taking over the Normandy SR2 and is basically making a muck out of our cabin. And Shepard really feels pressed about that when we eventually get there. I think I'll insert a clip of that in a bit. There's probably going to be a lot of clips from the Citadel DLC, not gonna lie. There's some really funny moments, like before Shepard like locks you up in the tube. Okay, so there's this line that Shepard says all the time when you end a conversation that's just "I should go." But when you're playing as Mark Meer, it sounds like the most robotic "I should go" that he says. And Clone Shepard says it in a weird way, that weird Shepard, and he's like, and they're like, do I sound like that? Is it I should go? I should go. I should go. How does it sound? Like everybody's like panicking, like, how should we get out of this? And Shepard's like, what? How, how have I been talking this whole time? But yes, we do eventually get out, and we get to our ship before it can take off. Initially, we couldn't get into the ship because it's completely locked down, but there is another way to get in. And the only way to get through the vent is to use like Mass Effect force field things, right? Turns out
Right.
Samantha Trainor's toothbrush uses Mass Effect fields to break up plaque. And her toothbrush just so happens to be powerful enough to get through this thing.
Oh
So
my god.
so Trainor's toothbrush helps us save the day. And now she needs a new toothbrush. So now we're on the ship and we fight Clone Shepard, and you can try to spare him, but he'll just be like, nah, fuck you, and then just throws himself off. Meanwhile, Brooks, we can arrest her and take her into custody, or she can try to break out and leave, and you can try to shoot her, or you could let one of the squad mates you brought with you shoot her instead.
Mm.
In fact, if Rex kills her, he'll turn to Shepard and be like, "Huh, you're getting sloppy, Shepard." So guess how they celebrate all this afterwards?
By getting drunk.
Hell yeah, they throw a fucking party. And not
Hell
only can you
yeah.
invite your whole team that you've had this whole time, you can invite all of the squad mates who've survived this far, with a few exceptions, of course, like Thane and Legion and the ones who've died along the way. But if the majority of your squad is still alive, you can get a lot out of this. You can get a lot of funny interactions. Like one is Rex and Grunt are just sitting across from each other on chairs, and you can sit down, and they'll be like, Shepard, Shepard, Rex, Grunt, Shepard, Commander Shepard, 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 Rex, Grunt, Rex, Shepard. There's another part where Rex and Grunt will like start headbutting each other. Because
Oh
Grunt's
really?
like, huh, look at this old man. Zaid will get drunk enough and try to ask Samara out. Granted, the two of them are old as fuck for their species. Like, Samara is basically in her matriarch stage, and Zaid's just old. Like, I'd
Mm.
say 60s. And I'm like, you know what, Samara, why not give Robin Sachs a last night, you know? Just give it to him, darling.
Right.
There's a couple of other cool and funny moments between all the other characters. And neat conversation. I think one of them is Rex, Javik, and another squad mate will like they make like a barricade with chairs, and they're like propped up with their guns, like Shepard, we're under attack. I don't exactly remember. I just remember them like being behind furniture with their guns and shit. There's also one where like people, like random people, start to show up for the party, and Grunt is basically like the doorman and just saying no to everyone. He's like, "No, you can't come in." Now, as the party progresses, you can ask Glyph to like make it more exciting or make it more calm and bring out food and drinks and all that. And the night goes pretty well, and you can wake up with your romance in bed, or if you're not romancing anyone, you could end up with Jafik in bed as Femshep.
Oh.
Yeah. And before I forget to mention them, there are these parts during the Citadel DLC that I would recommend doing before the party, where you can just invite one person to your apartment and hang out with them. And you could also hang out with them in the little Citadel area that you also get as part of the DLC. Like you go to the casino where you can dance with Garrus if you're Femshep, or if you're male Shep, you can hook Garrus up with a female Turian.
Ooh.
Which I'm gonna send a picture of the female Turians because this is the first time in Mass Effect where we get females, and one of them is prominently featured in the Omega DLC. We're gonna talk about the Omega DLC right after this. This is Nyreen.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
She has a cousin who ties into the events of Mass Effect and Andromeda. I know this because this was the last comic that Dark Horse published, and is the last comic in the Complete Comics omnibus that I have. And Irene does show up in it at one point. But anyway, there's also this cool battle simulation area that you can go to, and the more you play, and the more points you get, the more squad mates you can unlock, and you can use every single squad mate that you've ever had in the games in this battle simulation arena.
That's pretty cool. It's pretty
Yeah.
kick-ass.
Yeah, there's just a lot of great character moments on the Citadel DLC, and a lot of it can be impacted by the choices you've made throughout the series, which is also great to see. But after the party's done, you all return to reality. Whoop, there goes gravity, and we're back into the war. And now let's briefly talk about the Omega DLC. The Omega DLC is the return of Arya T'Loak. She is in the base game for like one mission on the Citadel, but now she gets expanded again. Omega has been captured by Cerberus, and there's also a bunch of comics that talk about the events of this as well, and how Arya was duped by the Cerberus Russian admiral, who isn't that bad of a guy in the comics, I would say, but in like the Omega DLC, I'm like, I really don't like you. It's not really much to say. I mean, the combat's pretty cool. Having Arya as a squad mate is pretty neat. Nyreen is a really cool character, and it's too bad that she dies at the end. 7 out of 10. Good DLC.
7
Anyway,
7 out of 10.
I'm sorry that we don't have the time. We're almost 2 hours into this recording, or this part of our recording. Anyway, so we pursue Miranda as part of her quest line because because her twin sister that we talked about a little bit before, Oriana, she's been captured by their father and is being held hostage at a base where humans are being turned into husks and other Reaper like enemies. And this facility is being run by Cerberus. And you know who shows up briefly in the cameras? Kyle Lang. We don't need to worry about him. He's not really here. And
Yeah.
again, this is another one of those missions where if you don't do the loyalty mission for Miranda, she will die here, blah, blah, blah. But this eventually leads into the second to last mission because Miranda gives us the location of the elusive man and his base. We finally get to go to his base. And if you did allow the elusive man to save the human Reaper, you can actually find it in the base.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he'll have it hanging up right outside of his office.
That's kind of metal.
This is also where you learn that Edie was the rogue VI from the moon base that I mentioned earlier, back in Mass Effect 1, and the progression of her intelligence, and a couple of recordings you can find tucked away in a corner. So it's really cool if you bring Edie along for this mission. I think there's a couple of missions on this one where squad mate's like, I'm just gonna go with you. I think this is one of them with Edie. But once you get to the Lucid Man's office, you're like, huh, there's no one here. Well, I guess we're just gonna download the Prothean VI. But then he appears. He appears.
Not the elusive man.
Kyling appears. Kyling. Fucking Kyling. But after gunning his ass down, Kyling gets back up, tries to stab you in the back, and of course you're gonna pick the renegade option every time, because you turn around, break his sword, throw out your Omni Tool sword, stab him in the gut, and say, "That was for Thane, you son of a bitch!" And if any of you have seen episode 3 of our podcast, that will be Phillip saying, "That's for rationing my meatloaf, you son of a bitch."
Son of a bitch.
So Kai Lang is fucking dead. Thank God.
Finally.
And now we have the Prothean VI. And the Prothean VI is like, so, the catalyst, right? You thought that was the grand weapon against the Reapers? Nope. It's only a piece of the puzzle. Because you see, the real weapon against the Reapers is the Citadel. And you must connect the shit ass with it.
The shit ass with it?
To kill the Reapers. So we're like, oh shit. And where's the Citadel now? Well, Phillip, the Citadel has been moved from the Horsehead Nebula to the Sol system, right above Earth.
Oh boy. Does that mean the fucking Reapers are on their fucking way to Earth?
They're already on Earth. Remember the beginning of
they're
the
already
game?
on. Oh, that's right. Yeah, my bad. I forgot about that.
It's right above
Oopsie.
Earth because Harbinger really fucking hates Shepard. So the final battle has arrived. And hope to God that you have enough war assets, and hope to God you did everything right. Because if you don't, the Reaper's gonna fuck your ass up, and a lot of people are gonna die, and you're not gonna get a very good ending. So, Earth, the final conflict, the final battle. People will die, or they won't. It's Mass Effect, baby. Either Cortez can die at one point if you fuck up bad. You fight a bunch of husks and shit as you go along. Get to do some final interactions with your squad mates. And then the final attack happens. Because on Earth, leading all the way up to the Citadel is like a teleporter of some kind. It's like a beacon that'll bring you up to the Citadel. And you do the final assault. But then Harbinger appears and he annihilates your ass.
Unceremoniously?
Well, not exactly. See, before this, the Normandy comes in and picks up whatever squad mate you had with you, right? And if you have your love interest, it will be a very emotional moment because it's hard to say goodbye. And apparently Jennifer Hale got really emotional when she was doing her like goodbye voice lines for Garrus because that was her favorite romance to do, which is understandable because it's really the only good romance that Femship has.
You're the only one I ever loved.
Now I know that
For
there's
really
some
real, everybody else.
Now I know that there's some Mass Effect fans, which if you've gotten this far, thank you. Now there's some fans who are probably saying, "Now wait, this wasn't in the original Mass Effect 3," but don't worry, we'll get to that a bit. We'll talk about Mass Effect 3's ending and the original ending in a little bit. So Harbinger does arrive, annihilates your ass, but you're still alive. And there's this meme about like a lone Turian husk that tries to kill you. But you get sucked up into the Citadel. And Anderson actually got sucked up before you. And you got sent to 2 different places. One place you get sent to is a hallway full of bodies that the keepers are roaming around in. And you finally get to a control module that'll help open the Citadel and allow the catalyst to be attached. But guess who shows up, Philip, at the last moment?
Is it Lang? Is it our favorite?
No,
Is it
he's
our favorite
dead.
OC?
He's dead. It's the other guy that you've been guessing.
Oh, wait. Who else have I been guessing?
The
Fuck. I'm
elusive
sorry. I forgot.
man. He's
Oh, the
here.
elusive man.
And allow me to send you a picture of what the elusive man looks like now. Because he ain't looking too good. He been hitting that pack.
Oh my.
He's basically become what Saren became. He's like, I can
Son of a bitch.
control them. I can hear them, Shepard. I can think like them. And if you do the right path, if you do basically like almost 99% Paragon and all this other shit, you too, just like Saren, can make the elusive man shoot himself in the head.
Oh.
But it's not that easy to do like it was with Saren. Anderson, unfortunately, has some wounds, and he is succumbing to these wounds. And you two spend one last moment together as Anderson dies, and he says some final words to you. And I'm going to quote some cut dialogue. He basically tells Shepard in this cut piece of dialogue that he thinks that he would have made a great parent.
Oh.
He's like, I think you make
Damn.
a great dad or a great mom, Shepard. And then he
Oh.
dies.
We should have had a kid together.
We should have had a kid together. I think that's in like the master. Oh, I hit my mic again. I think that was in. I'm not gonna lie, Philip. I think that's a line in like the Master Poop Mass Effect edits. Do you know what Master Poop is?
Yeah, I know. I know exactly what the master poop is. I have. There is a YouTuber, that I watch that has done edits for Mass Effect. I forget what his like gamer handle is, but like or YouTube handle is, but like I think there is like one where he's just like, well, fuck, okay.
Oh, I was about to bring that up.
Report to the ship as soon as possible. We're bang, okay?
The greatest meme, and they even had Mark Mears say it at conventions. It's the greatest line that Shepard's never said. Well, bang, okay.
Well, bang, okay.
The Master Poop. Have you seen his Fallout and Skyrim videos?
I've seen his Skyrim ones. I don't think I've seen his like Fallout ones, but like, god damn it, I love that shit.
Well, bang, okay. Man, his Mass Effect series is fucking awesome. I love it. Commander, throw the child out of the airlock.
Do you want to hear my mating noises?
I like the Andromeda one where it ends because in Andromeda there is like an old voice recording from Liara that you can get, and at one point like Mail Ship interrupts and he's like, "Hello there, is this the future? Whoa, the future." But anyway, so you think this is the end? That the catalyst is attached and it's just gonna wipe out the Reapers? Wrong! Incorrect. Because another beacon thing, another pathway opens. And we go to another part of the Citadel where we are introduced to the Star Child, who everybody hates just as much as Kai Lang. Because the developers really said, do we really have to explain it to you? Well, I guess we do. The Star Child basically exposition dumps everything about the Reapers, why they do what they do, blah, blah, blah. And then it gives you 3 options because you can't just wipe out the Reapers like that. No, you get options, Philip. You get 3 options. You get control, synthesize, or destroy. Control basically means Shepard goes into the blue beam and he becomes the Reapers.
Gotcha.
Or synthesize Shepard goes into the green beam and everybody becomes biomechanical organics. And the Reapers are like, well, fuck shit, I guess we don't need to kill you anymore. Or you could do the destroy ending where you shoot the orange thing, it explodes, and it kills all synthetics, including Edie. So the Reapers are dead, the Geth are dead, and Edie is dead. But all organics, perfectly fine. Oh, but the Mass Effect relays, they blew up too. Every ending, the Mass Effect relays blow up. Except Control shows that the Shepard controlled Reapers rebuild the mass relays. And I think Synthesis also has something like this too. I'm not sure. Philip, what what do you what do you think is like the most like hated of these three choices?
Well, I understand people like choosing to stable all organic life and then just letting the Reapers, the Geth, and is it Eve or Evie?
Edie.
How'd you say what was her name again?
Edie.
Die. I could definitely see people being okay with that choice, right?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of destroy ending defenders.
Right. I don't think people would be okay with. Wait, so what happens again if like he becomes a Reaper?
Though that is the Control ending, the blue ending.
The blue ending.
He becomes the
But,
Reapers. And nothing
but does that
happens.
and nothing happens?
Well,
He does that. Wait, so like,
so
as in like, it prevents the Reapers from wiping out all organic life.
yeah, basically the war just ends. And the Mass Effect
So
relays blow up, and Shepard just fixes the Mass Effect relays with the Reapers. But now there's like the idea that like, well, Shepard's not alive, but he's technically alive because he's the Reapers, and now it's like, well, what happens if Shepard turns evil? Is he just gonna like launch the Reapers on us? Scary idea. Ooh.
right.
And then there's Synthesis,
I'm,
where Shepard just dies and everybody lives in harmony.
I could see going any of those ways, but you're asking me which one is like the most hated.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's kind of a hard one. I guess if I had to take a shot in the dark, would it be the one where everyone is like Shepard dies, but everyone is saved?
There's two of those, technically. You have to pick one.
Oh no, sorry, not the not the blue ending, not the one with the where like all the organic life survives and
The green ending is the most hated.
the green. Yeah, okay.
I'm just gonna put you down.
Like,
The green ending.
because my reasoning behind that, at least what I think people are mad about, is that like I felt like people probably had the choice before the Star Child was even a choice. I feel like it was kind of like a morally gray type ending, I guess, where like they enjoyed that, where it's like there is no good, like truly good ending, and you had to make that moral choice, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of people will defend the destroy ending because if you get like enough war assets, Shepard can survive the destroy ending in a little secret cutscene where their body is shown and the voices of his squad mates are out in the distance trying to look for him or her, whomever. So basically, this just boils down to, well, Shepard can survive the destroy ending, so I guess that one's the best one. The other two, Shepard just kind of dies, I guess.
I guess.
Basically, everybody wants Shepard to live, which I get. And as I've teased, this really wasn't the original ending. I mean, you still had like the three choices, and I think I don't know the exact details of the original Mass Effect 3 ending, but it was very controversial. Everybody hated it. And the developers took 2 months to basically fix it. And they were like, for free. They put out a free update and was like, "We're sorry. We're sorry." You know, like the South Park, "We're
Yeah,
sorry." Yeah.
right.
Still not that great, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, Mass Effect 3. really really was something. It's definitely like the big and bold game of the trilogy. Has some good stuff in it. A lot of good stuff. However, when you start digging down into it, you realize that Mass Effect 3 really never had a chance because EA was rushing development. In fact, BioWare was given 1 extra year to rework the game after the freaking script was leaked. They were way
Uh,
behind schedule, and I often wonder what the actual fleshed out final version of Mass Effect 3 would have looked like had they been given the time. Because nowadays, depending on what studio you are, you can spend 10 years on developing the next Red Dead Redemption
right.
or the next hit game, you know? You can spend as much time as you want. I mean, they started development on like Cyberpunk back in like what was it, 2011 is when they started development on it, and then it released in like what, 2020?
Yeah, something like that.
And The Elder Scrolls 6 has been in development since like 2018. And Metroid Prime 4 took like 20 years to come out. Or at least it felt like it. But BioWare never had a chance. They're owned by Electronic Arts. They never had a chance. There's so much stuff that never made it Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2, and especially Mass Effect 3 that I am surprised that Mass Effect 3 came out as good as it did. Still has some quirks here and there, but overall still a solid game, and it even had multiplayer that actually counted towards your war assets, but that was removed in legendary editions, so you get more war assets out of doing basic stuff in the campaign, like finding random shit.
Hmm.
Oh, but we're not done yet. Because, Philip, as you know, there is one more game. But don't worry, people. We're not going to talk about this game for very long because I did play a little bit of Mass Effect Andromeda all the way up until I got my ship. And then
Well,
I dropped
don't
it.
now don't lie to the people. You know this is the most played and Mass Effect game you've ever played.
Yeah, of
I
course.
think I think
Of course, yeah.
you're such a big kidder.
Uh
Don't lie to the people.
huh. Uh huh. Mass Effect Andromeda. I have no notes on this game. It released at one point in the 2010s. The collector's edition did not come with the game. Um, yeah, I love that trend. These big box collector's edition that come with all these neat knickknacks, but not the game, because that's fucking retarded. Just like Mass Effect Andromeda, which was Philip. You remember how Fallout 76 was at launch?
Yes. I remember how tired my face was.
Same deal. But a little worse. Game was buggy as hell. The the default face for Sarah Ryder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The oh my god, and like the 3D and like the movements of them running around. Oh my god.
Did you watch the video game Donkey video when it came out when around that time?
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. I think it is wild how there's very rarely that I give a game a chance again after it's kind of soiled its impressions with me. Like Fallout 76 for me is probably the one exception to that, but like I don't know. Andromeda kind of like fell on its ass pretty hard when it first released, and then it just I mean they did go back and like fix things, but like there's not a lot of meat on that bone
Uh-huh.
already comparatively to like 76, which 76 has a lot of different things you can do and fuck around with, but like it's relatively a linear story that this Mass Effect game gives. Well, linear as in like, there's not a lot necessarily you can do, I would suspect, but I don't know. I don't think there's much that can be done for this game to save it, you know?
Yeah, it's like I mean, here, folks. The game fucking sucked on launch. And even after all of the updates, trying to fix everything, blah, 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 still not that great of a game. And if any of you Mass Effect fans have watched Big Dan Gaming, like I have, he's covered Mass Effect a lot. He did a video on Mass Effect Andromeda, like a general overview, and it's basically like the game's fine, but it's definitely not that great. And from my own experience, the combat's pretty alright, but it's definitely quite the departure from the basic formula that you're given in the original trilogy. And now there's like a whole crafting system. You have ingredients and this and that, and I think it has an interesting premise. A bunch of the Milky Way galaxy aliens just decide, hey, what if we just go to the Andromeda galaxy right before the Reaper War starts? And it takes like centuries to get there, but they get there. And already right off the bat, things aren't going too good. The Quarian ship is lost, and there was supposed to be a DLC for that, but the game sucked, so that never happened.
Right.
I'm sorry, it's just everything just kind of looks like ass in this game. The Krogan don't look good. The Asari look like JD Vance. The the skin
Oh my
textures do
god.
not look good at all. I'm not joking, Phillip. I am not joking. They're just they're very puffy in the cheek. Like
Oh.
they're quite filled out. Like
Yeah.
like
They definitely don't have that same kind of, for lack of better terms, sex appeal as they did.
well, also just to give you a look at like the cheekbones of Liara and Arya and Samara, like they're very angular and a little thin.
Right.
Now we got JD Vance Asari.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I don't like
Also,
it.
I really it's really bad. You know that they didn't really spend a lot of time on that Sarah Ryder figure
Action
because, like, do
figure,
you
yeah.
see how, like, how
The
her arm is just, like, even offsetted to the side? Like, most action figures don't even come like that. Like, they come
dude.
in like they're like, it's such a weird pose too, and, like, the lack of artwork in the background of, like, the
Yeah.
actual case.
More effort was put into the Carnifex pistol than there was in her like abdomen. Like look at her abdomen and pelvis.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
looks like it's clay. Like it's like nothing. Yeah, it is such a vast departure from the Asari that we got in the original trilogy versus what we have now, and it's like, and like I said,
Ew.
the skin textures on the characters from the Solarians to the Krogan, and the Krogan really look like fucking frogs this time around. Like they are ugly. They're not like the Krogan that we're used to. The Turians look like they just brightened up their skin, and it's like it just doesn't work
Mhm.
for me. The new original aliens look pretty alright. The ones that are in the Andromeda galaxy look pretty cool. But other than that, it's just like there's a reason why nobody really wants to talk about Andromeda. It
Kind of
may
the
yeah,
redheaded stepchild that no one really wants to, like, talk about.
it's the black sheep. Like it's like, huh, you thought Mass Effect 3 was bad? Get a load of this.
Definitely another context of, like, black sheep as in, like, defining and the best. Not so much.
Yeah, and it's like so Mass Effect 5 was announced back at like one of the last E3s, and we were teased that Liara was going to come back.
Mm.
And it's been a good couple of years. It's been a little bit. Um, we've had some teases here and
Mm.
there pertaining to maybe the Geth or our new protagonist who yeah, this was the last bit of artwork that they gave us a couple years ago on the last N7 day, a couple years ago. So the new
It
protagonist
kinda looks cool.
kind of looks cool. I know it's kind of hard to see in like the bar artwork, but you have a Hanar. There's a Geth that's
Almost
wearing a trench coat in the bar area.
it almost kinda looks like it's gonna be almost like a noir cyberpunk style, like, sci-fi style. At least that's what I kinda get from, like, the much longer detective-like trench coat, the bar scene, you know?
Mm.
I mean, I'm sure they'll have a lot more aspects of, like, what made the other, like, Mass Effect games good. besides Andromeda, from what you've told me. But like that's what I kind of get from this image. Like I'm more oriented to like I don't know, detective style.
Yeah, and there's a lot of worry about Mass Effect 5 because BioWare and EA had a lot of layoffs not too long ago. But it looks like on a couple of news sources that they are going to be shifting focus to Mass Effect 5 now that Dragon Age the Veil Guard or the Shit Guard finally came out. And
Mm.
when did this trailer come out? December 10th, 2020.
Oh my god.
Oh, so Game Awards. Oh. Oh. No. Oh.
Oh no.
Ooh. Ew, stinky.
Ew.
But yeah, Andromeda, not gameplay's alright, but great.
Yeah.
And I guess that's it for Mass Effect. There's 3 books. We don't need to talk about pizzas. There's only 3. Comics are good.
Yeah.
Comics are actually
Yeah.
really good. Action figures. There were action figures. PlayArts Kai figures, and then a couple of 6-inch figures. One of them I own. I own a Tali figure. There.
Put that up on screen.
I will put that
Bam.
up on screen. They have their own series of statues and plush toys. I own a Tali and Garrus plush set.
Well, if I've learned anything from listening to you talk about Mass Effect, aliens are hot. Some of them.
Really, Philip? I
We
wouldn't have guessed.
BioWare really, really, really does great detail on breasts. When it comes to cybernetic alien race creatures, we need to stop space racism to stop them. So remember, kids, no, like, listen, we have 2 paths as humans once we make it to the stars. We can become either A, friendly and fuck our alien species that share our Milky Way galaxy with us, or B, we become like 40K and just stomp out the Xenos scum. Unless it's your Tau girlfriend, which it's not canon, okay? But maybe.
What a great assumption of Mass Effect. Now, Philip, I mean not assumption, summarization.
Synopsis.
Summarization, yeah. Now, Philip, after nearly 5 hours of me talking about this game franchise, one of my favorites, would you ever consider playing the Legendary Edition Mass Effect trilogy for the
I think I
PS4?
would have. I for the PS4,
For the
for the PS2,
PS4.
Parts of the Caribbean for the PS2,
Parts of the Caribbean, The Legend of Jack Sparrow, Greatest Hits Edition for the PlayStation 2. We're
Why?
back.
Why? It's so peak. It's so we're so back.
We're so back, please.
People are just like, fucking, can you shut the fuck
It's been
up?
5 hours. This is longer than your Disney episode.
Oh, brother.
Look, there is a
This
lot to
guy's
talk
sick.
about, and I was trying to condense Mass Effect 3 as much as possible because that's the longest game in the whole trilogy.
Oh, just wait until we talk about Fallout one day. Oh boy, oh me.
Thank God that's not on the schedule. Holy shit.
Yeah, we'd be here. Like we couldn't do like fucking 2 5-hour episodes in 2 months. That'd be too much. But anyway, to answer your question, I think I would definitely play it now that I've kind of got a pretty good synopsis of like the game itself, and it's like very detailed, like loyalty missions, I guess you could say. And like it's interesting plot because I like the ideas behind the Reapers. I think the concept of like them being like a cybernetic life form that just like more or less like assimilates like organic life into its like I don't know what you would call species, whatever.
Yeah.
And like after that, seeing that image of the collectors making like them making a giant fucking reaper out of human or like humans and stuff like that, that shit was so fucking metal and so cool to me. I really liked that a lot.
Mm.
And the general story up until I guess the end, I suppose, I think is very interesting. And obviously, I'm not gonna play Andromeda because I already know that's like a fucking pile of shit that I'm not gonna waste my money on, even if it's like 5 cents on PlayStation.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I think you've convinced me pretty well to like play it. At least, like, as I get older as a gamer, I'm getting much more picky, and my finances are a lot tighter when it comes to like affording new video games, especially at like at the $60-$70 like price tag that they are nowadays. I feel like this is something that I've been waiting. Like I feel like it's been in my backlog for eons, generations. And I think it's finally time that I take the time to play Mass Effect and say like and say that I've actually tried it and played it, As somebody who's like a sci-fi fan, I
Yeah.
feel like it's probably something I at least should try once, even if I don't necessarily like it. I think you've definitely piqued my interest in the
Yeah.
story at least.
Yeah, definitely like if you had like a computer, PC, the game usually goes on sale, like the legendary edition dips down to like $5 at most on like random weekends and random Steam sales.
Right.
So you can get this
Well,
game at like an affordable price most of the time if you have Steam and a computer.
well, if all else fails though, and the story sucks and the gameplay sucks for me, at least I can go on hot dates and have sex with hot aliens.
Yeah. Yeah, the gameplay is a little rough for Mass Effect 1, especially when you're going to different planets where it's just kind of, and I've talked about this on my Starfield rant, kind of empty, not too exciting, but hey, combat gets
Yeah.
better in Mass Effect 2. A lot of
Nice.
improvements in the gameplay, more or less, as the trilogy progresses. But Mass Effect 1 also has its charms. I mean, the series has to start from somewhere, even if it is humble beginnings.
Right.
But I think that's it. I think I've had my fill talking about my favorite game franchise, or one of my favorite game franchises.
Yeah. I think I've been fully indoctrinated.
Good. Good.
Enhance.
Enhance.
Enhance. Enhance farther and farther.
I don't know if I'm gonna keep this as a part one because I kind of I kind of want to talk about the development history of Mass Effect, but that requires like a shit ton of research, and I don't know if I'm gonna be up for that. So I might just drop the part one moniker and just do episode 8 Mass Effect. But yeah, if you have made it to the end of this video, we have a special interview with Elijah. What? No, I'm joking. If you made it to the end of this video, I just want to thank you guys for watching and listening to the Bricked Up podcast, building your algorithm brick by brick, starting the new year off with freaking microphone problems and shit. And hopefully in this part of the recording it's not that bad. Yay.
Yeah.
But Philip, what are we doing next month? What is on the docket?
We got a tasty. It's kind of like a three for McDeefer if you would wanna call it that way. Um It's definitely not necessarily one specific franchise or one specific movie or anything like that. It's actually 3 different movies slash franchises. Kind of like that more kind of gothic slash edgy, how would you say, like, vampire-esque,
It's like
like, monster?
it's like 19th, 20th century gothic
Yeah,
action
definitely
movies.
that aesthetic. Yeah, it's taking your classic, like, monsters like Dracula and,
Let's just put
Doctor
them
Hyde
let's
and
just put them out of their
Frankenstein
misery.
and yeah, let's just
We're
get it
we're
up.
gonna we're, we're
We're
gonna
doing a Van Helsing, we're doing Underworld,
and
and,
the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
exactly. We're talking about just kind of like their general themes, like they came out around in the same general time and just kind of like the time period that they came out and how that affected their aesthetic and the way that they look and just like kind of comparing and contrasting their own spin on like monsters, or like those old monster stories of like Dracula, Frankenstein, the werewolf, and putting their own spin onto it, and and it's gonna be a good time. And these are some movies that are like our favorites, like
Yeah.
we these are things we grew up on and really much enjoy, and even influence our own creative
Yeah.
abilities. So
This
we're very very excited to like cover these things and talk about them.
this is especially gonna be a fun time for me because I'm getting into the old classic Universal monsters and their source material for
Indeed.
for reasons, but that's neither here nor there.
I guess the one thing we should say to the audience is, I hope you like leather, Mr. Squidward.
I hope you like leather and chains, Mr. Squidward, because there's definitely gonna be a lot of that in the world of Underworld.
And if you think that I said enhance a lot in this video, just wait until the next episode.
Kate Beckinsale, enhance, enhance, enhance,
Enhance,
enhance.
enhance, enhance, enhance.
Mina Harker in the poster for the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, enhance, enhance, enhance,
Enhance.
enhance. All right, I think that's gonna be the end of the episode. Thank you all for joining us. Hope y'all got bricked up looking at some of these alien baddies, and we'll see you next month. Bye bye.
See ya.
Those were my best troops. Tell me what I need to know, and I will be gone from here.
Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry.